Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome in to what should be a very, very exciting stream indeed, guys. It's so good to see you all. I'm so glad you could make it today. If you have no idea what's going on today, guys, we are going to be playing Project Zomboid with the developers themselves. That is right. We are going to be playing Project Zomboid with Christian Allen, also known as Serellan. He is the design director of Zomboid. We're going to be hanging out with him, surviving, slaying zomboids, looting, getting gear, building a base together, all that fun stuff, while also chatting about Build 42, the future of the game, the gaming world itself, and so much more, guys. Okay, so it's going to be an amazing, amazing day. It should be very, very exciting. 2 streams in one day. Yes, we actually were watching Alliance earlier as well. And I got the robe on for this too, so you know it's serious, team. In the middle of summertime, I'm wearing the robe, but it's okay. I have an ice-cold Baja Blast to cool me down, so we're chilling on that front. Very nice. Very nice. I am nervous with and for him. I'm nervous. Why would you be nervous for him? I'm nervous, if anything. I'm the one in a dizzy, you know? I still got some things to figure out. I'm not 100% ready for the stream tonight. I've got pretty much all the puzzle pieces ready to go, but there's one thing I have to tweak really quick. And in fact, I actually need to do that right now. So let me just quickly get that going. Perfect. No sus stuff tonight? Yes, guys, let's be on our best behavior, okay? Listen, I don't think anything would happen. I'm sure we're all going to be pretty chill. But like, you know, let's keep it chill today. Let's keep it chill for sure. The mods are out in force, of course, okay? Be cool. Can we get a quick summary of the Q&A on Discord? I'm going to be posting the VOD on my VODs channel pretty much ASAP. And then I'm also going to have an edited video going out probably in the coming days of tonight's session for the main YouTube channel. So if you guys want to catch it up, if you're not able to stay for the whole thing, I saw Kerosene has to dip out soon. I understand. No worries, team. No worries. Don't fret. You will be able to catch up on all that. And of course, if I have time, I can't promise it, but like maybe someone or maybe I will do a quick like bullet point summary of what is going on there. Yeah, just communicating really quick, getting things ready. I'm gonna lurk at work, very excited for the stream. I'm glad to hear it, Yarf. I appreciate that. By the way, Booch with a gifted sub out to Breadsy. Thank you so much for that. That's very, very kind of you. Guys, I want to talk about that really quick. There was one little surprise I had set up for this stream, and it's starting today to celebrate hitting 50,000 followers recently, a couple days ago. We are doing another chat badge that you guys can unlock. I know. You guys loved the Werebeaver. I have an opportunity for you guys to get some badges. And this time, too, even if you cannot sub, there is an opportunity to go ahead and get a free badge as well. So if you end up choosing to sub or resub with a self-paid sub, it can't be Prime, unfortunately. It cannot be Prime. Or if you gift out a sub, you will get a cool little beaver emote of a beaver toasting a glass of wine, not Baja Blast, unfortunately. I wish it was Baja Blast, but you'll get a cool little badge to have next to your name in this chat to hang out. And if you watch 6 hours, you will get a 50K badge to show that you were here for 50,000 followers. An absolutely insane milestone. Annie with the gifts about to Ludovic. Thank you so much for that, Annie. Very, very kind of you. I appreciate that a ton. I'm going to make sure the multi-stream is ready to go. And we should be set. All things considered, we should be set. Gonna do 50,000 shards membership. Aqua, I would love that. 230 stream streak as well, by the way. Unreal. Aqua making me gift out a sub to the community. Grace with a gift sub to the community as well. I appreciate that. Did Alliance win? When I left, they were 5th place. I did not see the results of their last game. I do want to find that out, but I'm not going to be able to do that right now, especially with us getting ready to stream with Mr. Serellan. Tyler Coolest with a Prime Gaming sub. Thank you so much for that, Tyler. That's very, very kind of you. I have to gift out a sub, though, really quick. I'm going to go ahead before we get into it too deep. I'm going to gift out that sub right now, guys. All right, it's going out right now. This is courtesy of Aqua, so if you get the gifted sub, please be sure to thank Aqua. How's my hair looking, team? Be honest. Are we looking handsome for today's stream? You can be real with me. You can tell me I look ugly as hell. If I look ugly, that's fine. All the gifted subs going out. Oh my gosh. Colin, thank you for the gifted sub. Beyond the Sea, thank you for the gifted sub. There's my gifted sub going out. Thank you as well, Tuck, for the gifted sub. Boople Snoot with a gifted sub. Oh my god. Jizzy James with a tier 1 resub as well. For how many months? That 27 whole months. Holy smokes, team. I appreciate that immensely. Marston also with a gifted sub out to Lil Twist. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. What have I started? You've done so much, apparently. You've created a wave of subs. And speaking of the wave continues on. Oh my god. Aqua with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so very much, Aqua, for the 5. Sir Marshy also with a gifted sub. Thank you. Enjoy coffee on getting that sub. But Aqua with the 5. Incredibly kind. Thank you so much, Aqua. Thank you, Taco Squid, for the tier 1 for 4 whole months. The alerts are not able to keep up. This is so far behind. It's ridiculous. This should be good. I'm glad you're excited, Taco. It should be a very good evening to chill with Serellan. I want to quickly talk again and just set expectations for tonight. I spoke about it yesterday on stream. If you were there, you kind of know what's going on. The plan is we're going to survive about 3 days in-game together. During the daytime, me and Serellan will be looting, killing zombies, doing general zomboid stuff. And at nighttime, we'll be relaxing in our base likely, hanging out, and doing some interview stuff, asking some questions, getting to learn a little bit more about Serellan, the game, and so much more as well. I just want to make this very clear as well. During the stream, like when we actually join with Serellan, I'll still be reading chat. I will not be responding to chat messages, most likely. I will also probably hold off on thanking any alerts or anything like that until the end of the stream. I just want to make that very, very clear. And I'm doing that solely because I want to make sure we're locked in for the conversation. I want to make sure we're having a good evening with Serellan, and he has our undivided attention. So I will still be, of course, there with you. We'll also be doing viewer questions at the end. So if you guys have a question for Serellan, we also recorded some yesterday that we'll have, but getting questions from chat. So again, we did a whole... I'll show you guys really, really quick. I have all my list of questions written down as well. I also need to charge my mouse too. God damn it. Oh dear. We have a whole list of things prepared that we're going to chat about. This was a whole giant list of viewer questions. These were pre-recorded from yesterday. And we're also going to do some questions from the live chat today as well. So we'll do a mixture. I'm not going to be able to get to every single possible question here. But maybe we'll hit them with like rapid fire mode and just like see what happens. Before I can start the stream, I do have to charge my mouse. I not have... No bueno. Have this USB-C cable, and it's actually kind of long too, so I probably could just use this plugged in if I had to, but it just wouldn't be. Yeah, my mouse is bad. I don't know. Not a happy mouse, team. That is fine, but thank you guys so much for all the support during the hype train. I appreciate all the gifted subs. Piccolo also with a gifted sub a moment ago. Very, very kind of you. Charge your mouse. I don't like the delay on wireless mice. I use a high-end wireless mouse for years, and when it kicked the bucket, I switched to a cheap wired one, and the speed difference was noticeable. I'm a wired guy as well. It's just when I went to buy a mouse, they did not have any wired mice. And I did not feel like waiting. I am someone who I would much rather, like, just pay for something now than wait to get what I actually want. You know what I mean? But I agree. I don't think you need that crazy of a mouse. You know, speaking of which, mouse, come here. Thank you, mouse. There's an unpaid prediction. We need to cancel that. That was from today when we were watch partying the Alliance game. I have to delete that, unfortunately. We were not able to watch that game, tragically. Fluxia, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate that. The prediction is getting paid in exposure. There it is. Dubious little creature. with a gifted sub out to Snowflake. Thank you so much for that. Enjoy, Snowflake, the gifted sub. Any Gambas today? Most likely no. I think we're going to, again, be kind of locked in on the conversation and just stick with chatting with Serellan for the most part. But sure, never say never. We actually will be flipping the frog at the end, so never mind. We are going to have something. Thank you, by the way, Shock, for the Prime. First time Prime. First time sub ever as well. Thank you so much for that. Way King, how are you doing? Bright, welcome in. We're going to be jumping in just a few minutes, guys, okay? In fact, Serellan is in the call. I know for a fact. But I'm just doing a couple final things. We did say 7:30, but I do want, if he's there now, I don't want to keep him waiting as well. So let me just make sure some final things are set. And we should be good to go, team. Thank you, by the way, Oscar, for the follow. How are we feeling? Nervous at all? Oh my... David. What the hell? David with 20 gifted subs. Oh my god. David! Thank you so very, very much. Oh my gosh. Wolvie, hello there. David, thank you so incredibly much for your gifted subs. Sorry I have not been around. Work has been crazy and I'm prepping for a move. I miss hanging around. One day I will catch up via VODs. David, that is completely okay. I appreciate the support. You did not have to do that, but that is insane, man. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. We're doing a stream today. If you get the opportunity, if you're not able to stick around, David, I understand. We're going to be doing an interview with a dev from Zomboid today. So if you like Zomboid, I'm sure this is going to be a very interesting stream to potentially catch up on the VODs channel. But I hope you're doing well. I hope the move goes well. I hope you're going to a nice place. And I appreciate that. Keeping the hype train going. Oh my god. Absolutely insane. Emil Zoe, how are you doing? Did you check to see if your cat had any questions? No, I did not confer with my cat. But you know what? I think my cat, after what she did to me this morning, keeping me awake until like 5 in the morning, yeah, she gets to not ask questions. She does not get the privilege of asking questions, team. I'm sorry. The cat is denied the opportunity. It is what it is. Okay. What the heck? Hello there, Dust. How are you doing? Actually, let me move this over here. If I can. YouTube, thank you. Right. And then we'll move that there. And, I mean, this is going to be jank as hell. This is going to be very jank. I'm going to be honest. But we will make it work. Because this way I can put this right here, and then we're chilling. Thank you, by the way. Charge lots with the 5 gifted. Absolutely absurd. But I do appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Congratulations to anybody who got one. Wolfie got one. Enjoy your gifted sub from Charge, Wolfie. Found you through the latest Project Zomboid hardcore server streams. Just signed up for Twitch to follow. Very entertaining. I appreciate that. You came at a great stream. Again, we're going to be interviewing the Zomboid dev in literally like 2 minutes. I'm just making sure the final pieces are good to go on the stream today. Okay? I don't want to join and then I'm like, actually, wait. Can we wait 1 second, please? Can I please have 1 minute, Mr. Dev? I don't want to waste his time. So he's already in there. In fact, he has been waiting for about 10 minutes. So I need to join in just a moment. But I want to remind you guys really quick that when I do join, I am going to be locked in on playing. I am not going to really be responding to chat. I'll still be reading messages. I'll still see the alerts come in. I'll thank anything that pops up at the very end. This server, by the way, is fully vanilla. We are doing pure vanilla. It's going to be very simple. It's going to be relaxing Zomboid, guys. It's not going to be crazy.
You're pretty good.
Just making sure I have everything set to go. There we go. Pin. End. Perfect. Thank you, by the way. David plays for the tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much for the long-term sub. Very, very kind of you. Again, that helps me out a lot with the Partner Plus. We should be good to go. And yeah, guys, I'm going to be joining in just a moment. Let me make sure my OBS is set to go. And I think we jump in, quite frankly. I think everything is good to go. My mouse has been charging for 5 minutes. I'm sure it's no longer dead. Oh, it's still blinking red. That's fine. You know what? It definitely has a little bit more life in it. That's okay. I can't take it anymore, though. If it dies, I can just plug it in while we're doing interview sections. That's okay. Final thing I need to check. Actually, fuck. Okay. We are good, team. We are good. Sorry. Again, I just want to make sure everything's good to go. I'm nervous. I really am nervous. But I'm sure it's going to go amazing tonight. I'm sure it's going to go amazing. So we'll see. I'm going to go ahead and join in just a moment. Discord audio should be working. I might need to boost the Discord audio, but we'll see. You guys can let me know in chat. But let's go ahead and hop in. Any final words to say, team? Any final things you want to say to me before I lock in? Good luck, Beaver. Thank you, Cabbage. I appreciate that. Faye, how are you doing? No nerves, only vibes. Good call. Good call. Will the Q be enabled? Yes, Q is enabled. You better have a suit under there. I don't. I'm sorry. It's my Twitch t-shirt. The robe is just too classic. I do have a blazer I could put on, though.
That is enough.
David, with another 10. Right before the stream starts. David, thank you so much. Amiro got one. Philip, Ignis, Mountain Dog. Guys, please be sure to thank David. W in the chat for David. That is insane, David. I have to lock in, though. I have to lock in. Thank you, guys. I'm going to shout out any alerts, anything that pops up at the end of the stream. For now, we're hopping in. Let's see if Serellan is there. Are we going direct to the game? No, we're going to be going directly to the game, guys. Okay. Hello?
Hello.
Hello there. Are you there? I think I heard you for like a split second. I don't know if you're at your desk or not. I don't think he's at his desk right now. I heard him for like a split second in the background. I don't know if he's there. You already made a mad beaver. Oh no.
I'm sure you'll find a use for that.
Okay, looks like I had my speakers off, but I think I'm good now.
Oh, are you there? Hi there.
I am. Sorry, I was checked my mic, but not my actual speakers. I'm good now. I can hear you.
No worries. No worries. How are you doing today?
Good, sir. How's it going?
I'm doing amazing. I'm so happy to be chatting with you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to play some Zomboid with us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I appreciate that so much. I'm just making sure the audio is good on my end. People are saying the music is a little too loud, so I'm going to tone down my music just a little bit.
Okay, can you hear me? Is my audio okay? Do I need to turn my mic up or anything?
I think you're good. Can someone confirm if his sound volume is perfect for me, says Tuck.
Perfect.
So you might actually be set. You might be good.
All righty.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right. Let me just double check that the server's online and we can kind of hop in and get into it. Before I guess we even dive into the server though, do you want to quickly introduce yourself for anybody who maybe doesn't know who you are, Serellan?
Sure, everybody. Hey, how's it going? I'm Christian Allen, and I am the design director at on Project Zomboid at the Indie Stone. And I'm excited to be on the stream and not just lurking in chat like I normally do.
Do you lurk very often?
Yeah, every once in a while, I pop in, I lurk around. I like to check out your stream, a couple other folks, and yeah, see what people are doing.
I appreciate that, dude. That's sick. I love that you're actually in tune with the creator community in Zomboid. There's so many amazing streamers right now, constantly doing some crazy events and challenge runs and stuff like that. So that's sick.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome to see, like, you know, what you and some of the other bigger streamers do, and especially a lot of the cool events you do. And then I actually really enjoy just the smaller streamers, especially when folks are just kind of playing the game, not really looking for an audience. So I get to see, you know, what people are doing, what friction they run up against, and take a lot of notes for myself.
Oh, wow. So you actually do like research almost when you're watching too. It's almost like work at the same time as relaxation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, I build a company for that time.
That's hilarious. Oh, my gosh. Well, let me quickly ask you this, too. You say you're the design director of Project Zomboid. What precisely does that entail as the design director?
Well, that is always the best question to get as a game designer. Like, what do you actually do? Um, the role specifically is a new one for the Indie Stoner, a new one for Project Zomboid. I joined late last year full time, although I've been in touch with the team for many years. But really, my role is to focus on player facing features. So in the short term, when I joined in the fall, I was really focusing on a lot of player friction points. So things like right mouse, I can't ever say it, the right mouse click interactions. I did a lot of work on the weapons, a variety of different elements, but really trying to look across the game, more of a long-term perspective as far as consistency. Again, you'll probably hear me say it a lot, like player friction points, player confusion, places where things might be inconsistent. You interact with one thing one way and a different item a different way, and just trying to bring that design focus to many of the features across the game. So, and I work, with the engineers, with the artists, with the QA team, production on pretty much all aspects of the game, besides the code and making it look beautiful and amazing.
Okay. So you're kind of seeing everything from a bird's eye view, essentially.
Yeah. A lot of thing, design does is thinking about, someone is building a feature or working on a feature and they're like, well, how exactly should this interface work, or how should the player interact with that? And then, looking across the board, okay, well, it works here this way. So here's a way to do it consistently. A good example of that is integrating the crafting interface into, or kind of back into right click, as you might remember, like barricades were moved out of right click into the crafting menu.
Right.
And looking at how to conquer that is like, I worked with RJ, the lead gameplay engineer, to work on the crafting shortcut and the crafting hot elements. So if you have the correct elements for crafting on an item, it shows up just as a button, just as a click, and then hot linking to the actual recipes that you could craft. A lot of things like that, where it's where it might be functional, but was obviously challenging and confusing for a lot of players. So trying to integrate those systems together, kind of the crafting system, the right click system, both with tiles and inventory, and things like that.
Makes perfect sense. I personally love that the context menu was brought back in, because I know there was that weird little period where a lot of stuff was stripped out of it that felt a little awkward to play, and I'm glad that was kind of brought back in.
Yeah, there was a lot of work to find, that balance between things being stripped out, and then it just, the opposite end, which it got to at a certain point, with completely overloaded with way too much stuff. I right click on a window and I get 50 different options, and then also a lot of prioritization. So trying to prioritize right click ordering based on kind of the theme that I worked on was the stress level of an event. So prioritizing removing glass out of a broken window over something like maybe getting water out of a sink. You're generally not trying to get water out of a sink while you're being chased by 10 zombies. You're very often trying to remove broken glass from a window to climb through it while being chased by zombies. That kind of thing.
100%. Well, there's going to be so many questions, I'm sure, throughout the day tonight. But I want to make sure we get into some gaming. I'm at the server spawn, and I wanted to ask you your opinion on this. Where would you like to spawn? I asked my community last night. They would love to see us in Muldraugh, but I'm curious what you like to play at, and we can do whatever you want.
No, Muldraugh's old school. That's the default. Let's do it.
Muldraugh it is. We'll throw it in there. Did you have a build you were going with? Do you want to kind of work something out, or are you just kind of doing whatever?
Well, well, while I was sitting here, I kind of whipped up. Basically, you know, I know we're only going to get a few days in, so I did a pretty combat heavy build. I've got all my regular, not too bad negatives, although I left off slow reader just in case because we're on multiplayer. But I just got my positive or dexterous, brave, tinker, fit, and strong. So I like to go melee, long blunt if I can. Built on construction worker. Construction worker is a good, nice, good, balanced melee build. So yeah, that's really what I kind of threw together. I figured we'd be smashing a lot of heads. Which game mode are we in, by the way?
We are close to Apocalypse. I'm keeping it close there, but I will warn you on this. I did make one very tiny adjustment, which might be a little diabolical. Maybe we'll come across it or not. I don't know. But just keep your head on a swivel, I guess.
Okay. Well, I got Brave in there, and I'll go for some long blunt if I can. And I'm not the best Zomboid player. You're definitely more experienced as far as combat than I am. I have to play to test all the systems, so I'm pretty good. But we'll see. Y'all will probably see me die a bunch.
We'll see how it goes. It'll be a good time. It's crazy. I'm going construction worker as well. We kind of are almost mimic each other a little bit.
Rock and roll, yeah.
Let's jump in. I'm spawning in. I've already got my character. I'm ready to go. We'll meet up. I could actually activate admin mode. Do you want to try and meet up, or do you want me to just TP us?
Whichever. Whichever you like. You choose.
Let's TP. That'll be a little bit quicker, because then we can get into the fun as well right away.
All right. I got a cool guy, Ricardo Hastings. That's who it even came with a goatee, just like I have. So that looks good.
Perfect. Need to adjust really quick. All right, when you load in, I can TP us, and we can get started.
All right, just joining the game. Muldraugh. Here's my character, and... Oops. All right, joining. I created a new character accidentally, but that's okay. She has a cool haircut.
Oh, I already hear some zombies outside of the spawn house I picked. Oh,
perfect. No. All right, I am in. Looks like it. Yep.
Perfect. Oh, and there we go. Hello
nice.
There.
Look at that hairstyle. I'm rocking it.
You are looking good right now. I like that hairstyle.
Ines Driver. That's who I am.
Ines Driver?
Yes, Ines, something like that.
I am Colby Clark. I didn't pick that. That was just random. That kind of sings though. I like it. All right. Well, we can kind of take a look around our starting home. Did you see one out there? Because I definitely heard someone out there.
I didn't. I just peeked out the window real quick. Ooh,
Okay.
I got a knife.
Okay. I'll check the closet. Maybe there'll be like a crowbar in there or something. I was getting insanely lucky recently on my recent Apocalypse run. I got like 3 crowbars in the span of like 5 or 6 houses. It was unreal.
My experience is always I never find a crowbar until I find one, and then I find like 15 in the next 10 minutes.
Oh. All right, so well, we already have some friends, but it's fine.
Yeah.
They're coming through the rear of the building, but I took care of them. Was there any food in here at all, or no? Oh, there was.
I grabbed the milk chocolate bar. I didn't check the fridge. I think
there's so much in there. There's lard too.
Nice. Yeah.
So yeah, definitely grab all of that. I'll grab a sheet sling bag. Oh, Life and Living is on too. I completely forgot
Oh
about
yeah.
that. Probably get a little cooking XP right now.
I'm gonna grab a sling bag too. Unless there's something better in here. No, just bras.
Just bras.
Just bras. Look, we got plenty of bras. We're good on bras.
Perfect. Oh wait, there might be a basement to our house. I'm just now noticing that.
I
On the
was just
outside?
seeing that. Yeah. Oh, on the outside. Do we have
Yeah.
the key though? I do not have a key.
Do you think it's locked? Oh, it is locked.
Might be.
Okay, well, was worth a try. Maybe one of the zombies will have the key. Who knows?
I got a lighter. I think I took smoker. Did I take smoker?
I think I took smoker as well, actually. So I will need to
I
get
did take
cigarettes.
smoker. Yeah.
Oh. Animal Care Volume 1. That's a good skill book.
Oh, good. Pen and eraser in case we need to go right on the map. I'm gonna make my sling bag real quick.
Sure. So let me actually take a look where we are on the map. We're kind of down. I think we're close to Cortman Medical, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we're on that. Yeah, oh, yeah, on that little curvy bit.
Yeah. Do you think you want to head up there? Do you think you want to
Sure.
turn that into our base?
I love that building.
You love that building, yeah.
I do.
The recreation of it, or the improvement in Build 42 has been amazing to see. I love what it has become.
It's definitely come a long way. The team's been working really hard on it, and you know, I'm not sure if you saw the announcement yesterday, but we just published kind of the map to stable.
I did see that. I was gonna bring that up a little bit later, but we can talk about that now. No, you are all good. This is a perfect segue. I was gonna chat about that. It's insane. After about 2 years of development work, we're seeing Build 42 finally go stable. How does it feel to have reached that point?
Hold on. Okay, I crushed your head. Yes, it's super exciting. To the point where, you know, we got the announcement ready yesterday. I was working on it this week and getting ready to put it out. It's exciting and terrifying at the same time. Obviously, you know, I'm the new guy on the team, so this is my first rodeo going into reading glasses. Ooh, reading glasses. Sweet.
Oh, are you short-sighted?
No, yeah, I am. But 10% reading buff, baby.
So true.
But yeah, so sorry, I'm not used to doing it. Chatting while I'm playing.
You're fine. You're fine. It's I mean, there's a lot going on right now. There are some zomboids hanging around, so we'll clear them out. We can keep chatting afterwards, of course. Whatever you're most comfortable with. My thinking was like during the day we can go out and loot and clear places out, and at nighttime we can work on the base, relax, and maybe that's where we can do a lot of like questions and answers.
Yeah, that works. But yeah, I mean, overall, you know, this is a really exciting time. The team's been working really hard, and it's going to be nice, especially to, you know, see it hit the broader, you know, Steam user base. You know, folks that don't want to opt into unstable builds, and that ride. So yeah, super exciting times.
Well, that's going to be so interesting too, because I'm sure you guys probably have data on how many people have not tried Build 41. From my own chat, though, and just speaking with my community members, a lot of people have moved over to 42, but there were a lot that wanted to stay on 41 for the mod support, the more stable multiplayer, their long-term playthroughs. Do you guys wonder how those players who have not even touched Build 42 yet are going to feel about it when it finally goes stable and they're kind of thrust into the new version?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the folks that are in unstable obviously are, you know, generally the more savvy, tech savvy players, right? Like even just opting into unstable is can be a barrier to entry for folks, right? You know, the average player that just jumps into Steam and double clicks on a game, you know, they're not going to bother, you know, going through that process. And there's a lot of players out there, a lot of folks out there that they don't really pay attention to updates and things like that. So it'll be kind of a nice feedback loop for me to be able to see, okay, you know, here's folks that just, to them, one day they just logged in and it's like, hey, what's this B42 thing? You know, wait, it's, you know, completely dark at night. Wait, you know, these things work differently. Oh, I can do all these new cool things. So it's going to be a lot of information to process, but again, also, you know, a lot of people have been waiting, right? Like, a lot of people don't want to play where their build can, you know, get nuked by an update or might have to reset, you know, a server or anything like that. So it's going to be, you know, exciting to have them on board as well.
100%. I think you make a really good point, because what I've noticed as well, there are some players, it's almost like Minecraft in a way.
Watch your left.
Oh, yep, that little guy. Hello there. Oh, there's many little guys behind the shed. Yeah. That's awesome. Okay. I have yet to find a weapon, by the way. That's why I'm kind of still pushing.
Just rock with a saxophone.
How's the saxophone? Is it going good?
It just broke.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you were soothing the zomboids with some lovely jabs.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a feature request in for the saxophone on melee impact.
I love that.
It doesn't seem like the sax does. So, like maybe little saxophone squeaks. Like,
the flute does it too.
Yeah.
I didn't know the saxophone did not do that, quite frankly.
Apparently.
Interesting.
My meat cleaver. I didn't actually put that on my belt. I don't normally use bladed weapons just because I always want to be able to grab sweet loot off Zeds. And one of my very early playthroughs, I found someone and I was like, leather pants, sweet. And then I stabbed him to death and then went, oh, I just cut up the leather pants that I wanted.
Yeah, I've made that mistake myself sometimes, but that's just the level of by the way, there's absolutely nothing in this shed. There's absolutely nothing. Nice. But that's the level of detail in this game. For me, that's one of the most amazing parts about this game, is there are so many things interacting with one another that you would never even imagine would interact with one another, and when you realize, oh my god, this had an impact on this, it's insane. It feels like you're playing something 1,000 years advanced from now. It doesn't feel like any other game I've played.
Yeah, I mean, that's had an impact on me, both as a player, as a designer, right? Like, I've worked on some you know, very high profile games and games that were very technically complex. I mean, Halo Reach was, you know, incredibly technically complex from like a sandbox and physics standpoint and precision standpoint. But having, you know, these very large, complex systems that not only interact with each other in a lot of different ways, but are persistent across the world, and the amount of data that's being tracked and stuff like that is just both intriguing and intimidating, and sometimes challenging. When you're like, oh, I made this change. You know, I was working on container values, like fluid containers, and I was like, oh, let's change all the liquor bottles to be 750 milliliters because you know, that's what liquor bottles are in the US. And it was like, oops, I broke Molotov cocktails. Okay, that's not going to work. Let's put that out a little bit farther. So there's a lot of things like that. Ooh, I gotta watch. Nice.
Oh, very nice find.
Oh, water bottle. That would have been a good thing.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm getting a little thirsty as well.
Yeah, a couple Zeds out back.
Is this... Yeah, all the buildings are locked. Wow. The Apocalypse sandbox does not mess around with the locked doors. I feel like a lot of buildings get locked.
Yeah, whoever set those values is such a mean.
Oh. Okay, all good. Here, I'll try to get us inside the building.
Okay, I'll tag these.
Okay. Oh, perfect. This window was open.
One more. Oh, there must be a fence in there. Oh, one more.
Wait, I'm being told there was a
One
key
more
we
that's
passed?
Oh, of course.
The keys are so I miss them so often.
I know. You got to keep an eye out for them. They're hard.
Foraging is good for
Sometimes.
that. Activating
Yes.
foraging mode. But yeah, it was for this red car right here. Oh my gosh.
Oh. Does that have gas?
No, it does not.
Oh.
You know, Serellan, it's so interesting that, like, right before the zombie apocalypse broke out, everybody parked their cars and then siphoned all of the fuel out of them to make sure no one would have gasoline.
Yes, and then they threw the keys on the ground.
Yes.
We actually do. There is a little... I think it's in there already, but there's a little bit of lore that we threw in to help with the... help explain some of the. I won't give it away. I'm not going to give it away, but there's a little bit of lore stuck in there somewhere about the gas bandits.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we'll have to be on the lookout for that then. By the way, are you going to eat this bacon that's cooked up in the microwave?
No, no, go for it.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll have half of it, and you can have the rest.
All right.
I don't want to
That's
steal all of the bacon.
That is actually a recent feature that microwaves can have bacon. They can have, I think, cups of coffee. That's a recent thing.
Oh, that's so sick. I love going into a house and seeing, like, a meal that was, like, halfway being prepared. Like, you see a steak on the table with, like, veggies lying by it, and it's like... The environmental storytelling at times in this game is also another hook for me, because you just go across buildings, and it's just... You can imagine what was going on in there. A barricaded bathroom with a guy dead on the outside, and someone banging inside of the bathroom. You know, things like that are just incredible to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Environmental storytelling is, you know, both the intended stuff, you know, the more dramatic, you know, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the creepy compound of folks living off the grid, stuff like that. But even just the way that the systems work together. Ooh, I found a bleach bottle. Hold on.
Oh.
I mean, I don't need bleach, but I can use the bottle. The way that the procedural systems, like the loot stories, and then, you know, the Zed stories of spawning, like, work together to build out the world. It really comes together. It's so much better, in my opinion, than more scripted events. You know, scripted type stuff is cool, but you very quickly as a player learn, like, oh yeah, okay, you know, every time I come around the corner, you know, this spawns or whatever, and it starts to lose its magic. But when you have, you know, the crashed ambulance in the middle of nowhere with the, you know, Zed still, you know, you got the two drivers and then the patient, things like that, really bring the world together.
So what I was thinking, since we have the key for that red car, we could probably check this parking lot by the church and see maybe one of those cars have some fuel or something.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Just need a hose.
Oh, good point, yeah.
Right,
well, maybe one of the trunks.
Guys. I'm a construction worker and I'm using a...
You're going to town on them, though. It's working. Look at you go. There they go.
Nothing. All right. I bet this truck or something will have something in it.
Oh, yeah. Gas canister right there.
There you go, baby.
Okay.
I called the truck.
Unfortunately, all of the other cars seem to be locked, but that's okay.
Ooh, digital watch.
Well, this one actually, this white van does have fuel in it, so...
Oh, cool.
In fact, before I smash the windows, I'm gonna just look around. Maybe there will be a key on the ground for one of these new cars, and we can just take that instead.
Yeah, especially with car alarms.
Yes, good point. Very good point.
Oh, there's a rubber hose. I got a rubber hose and a gas can, so we can siphon.
Oh, but then never mind. We just probably take the fuel out of the white van and we can head over to Cortman.
I mean, I got a gas can and an empty bucket, so I will siphon if you cover me.
Yeah, I got you. Which car are you siphoning right now?
The white van.
Okay, I'll cover you. There's only one little guy coming on over.
He's taking his time.
Yep.
Or she. Or
They're slow little creatures every now and then.
That's one of the interesting changes we actually made to default Apocalypse is having the varied. Well, maybe that was in Apocalypse before, but I like having the differing movement speeds just because it makes especially when you're kiting big crowds, you don't have as much control. Whereas if they're either just slow or just fast shamblers, they're all kind of the same, and you can move them all the same. But having that variety in their speed, even without sprinters, adds a lot of challenge. You can't just make them go exactly where you want to go.
No, you are exactly right, actually, because I've noticed it is much harder to clear areas with the more traditional ways of like honking horns, using sirens, whatever, when some of them move really quick and others are super slow. Because by the time you get rid of the quick ones, the slow ones are still hanging around the building and more have come in to the sound of the honking.
Yeah, and you get that kind of train effect. All right, I'm way over. Oh, I'm overloaded because I just filled up a gas can. That's why I got the gas can and I got 20 liters of gasoline on me. I got a full bucket and a full gas can.
Wow,
there's a lot of gas in that van.
We will not need to worry about gasoline then. It was worth coming here.
I don't even know if that car can hold 20 liters of gas.
We have backup, I guess, if it runs out.
Yeah. Not that I know what 20 liters are. I'm still an American. I don't.
Very true. Very true. What is a kilometer?
There it is.
I'm actually curious. You live in Alaska, right?
I'm from Alaska. I actually live in the Seattle area now.
Okay.
But I grew up in Alaska until I joined the Marine Corps and still have family there. I was just there. I think I was last there in January.
Very nice. How is it in Alaska? Obviously cold most of the time.
Well, I'm from South Central. I am just outside of Anchorage, which is the first stop on the Iditarod. And summers are a lot more like Washington. Summers are, except for it never getting dark, it's otherwise relatively normal. And winters can get cold, can get dark. But you kind of adapt to it. I actually do better in Alaska-style winters than I do in Seattle winters. Seattle's are just wet and dark and miserable for 6 months, whereas Alaska, at least, even though it's cold, there's still sunshine. Well, it took all 20 liters.
Oh, wow, perfect. Let me just double check the state of this car, too. I'm curious the engine again. Oh, this engine's fantastic, 100%.
Cool.
So, yeah, we're good to go. This can hold up to 24, apparently.
Cool. If you want to unlock the trunk, I'll throw this
yep, there
gas
you go.
can and stuff in there.
I'll
Ooh,
unlock
beer.
all of these.
The trunk is full of beer.
No way, stop.
There is. Look.
Oh my god.
We
Wait,
get the
so much of
alcoholic
it's
trunk.
empty, too. Were they fucking cruising while drunk?
I still do. Hold on, let's see. I have a bleach. I accidentally filled my bleach bottle up with gasoline too. I'll just pour that in there. And then before we go, I'm gonna run and get some water.
Sure.
Okay. Hose. Okay, let me just go top up my water because I forgot about. I got distracted by gasoline. Can't drink that.
You know what? This could potentially explain why there was no gasoline in the car. Maybe they just got so drunk they ripped it all out.
Okay, I got a bottle full of water. I'm happy.
Perfect. All right, we can drive on over towards Cortman Medical and clear it out, and that can be our little base spot.
All right, I love it.
Nice, gentle cruise at a leisurely 45 to 50 miles per hour. Now, one thing I actually noticed recently is with the new ragdoll feature added in Build 42, which I love, by the way, the zombies, they feel so much more difficult to kill with the car, because instead of just immediately crunching to death, instead they just flop onto the ground and they want to get right back up or start crawling towards you. How has ragdolls kind of affected the game overall on that point, do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely affected things. I mean, they're definitely, well, first off, there's been some bugs, specifically related to cars and ragdolls. I know at one point it was like, as soon as you touched them with a car, they just like insta-died. And then we dialed that one way, and then for a bit, I think it's been fixed. There was, you know, they were immune to car damage. So trying to find the balance there, along with, obviously, we have to take into account performance and multiplayer syncs and all that fun stuff. So, you know, there's been a bit of a technical challenge with ragdolls, but from a gameplay perspective, I mean, you know, not being able to just kind of rely on the B41 standard of like, well, I'll just go backwards, and if I tap them just at this right speed, that, you know, I kind of always know exactly when they die, having that variability in there. And obviously that's affected gunplay as well, you know, when they react with ragdoll and such like that. But yeah, it's been cool to see how it's played out, and that it does affect gameplay. And that's I think one of the cool things about Project Zomboid is, again, back to what you were saying earlier, the interconnected systems. You know, it's not just ragdoll to make things, you know, look more like, you know, oh, they die and fall in cool, funny ways. That it actually does affect gameplay. Got my short blunt now.
Yeah, I found a saucepan. So kind of just diving in there right now, Serellan. Let me know if you need to back out.
Just jump right into it. Okay.
If we need to back out, we can. Let me know.
This is doing it. As long as there's not 1,000 inside.
We should be okay, and I feel like also with the fence right behind us, some of them might get confused and want the fence instead.
Let's see this school back there.
I'm coming over to help you now.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this corner here in a sec.
Oh, well, there goes the saucepan. That's fine. Oh, and just as I surmised, some of them do like the fence.
Yeah.
I'll look around for a new weapon. Even a rock will do.
Alright, I'm gonna pop over and peg this guy.
Sure. Wait, what did you say?
Come on. I'm getting tired.
Oh, is everything okay over there?
Oh yeah. It just took me like 8 hits.
Okay. The muscle strain sometimes.
Yeah, I got, I do have some muscle strain, yeah. Let me check these bodies for keys. Denim shirt. Am I already wearing a denim shirt? Probably doesn't help. I'm wearing a jacket, a vest, and a hoodie. I'm probably getting hot too, yeah.
Probably a little toasty out here.
Oh, I got a key to the clinic.
Oh, perfect. Great.
Nice. Did that work for the little side building too?
The side building's unlocked.
Yep.
I'm already in there.
Oh, okay. Oh, another one outside. I'm definitely feeling the strain. Come on.
Hi there, little buddy. I didn't even notice you were there. Oh no.
Love that sound of you smacking him with the pot.
The pot is very fun to use. There are just a lot of weapons in this game that are just very satisfying to smack zombies with. Oh, There are a lot coming in, probably from the market across the street.
Oh, they're coming in this window.
Yeah. Oh, this guy needs to stop. Thank you.
Yeah, there's still 4 or 5 more in the parking lot. Someone hears me because I hear them. Oh, I just heard a window break.
Definitely take that.
Where did that window break come from? Oh, he's in the dentist's office. Or whatever this is.
Do you need me to come over?
No, I got it.
Okay. Well, it is going to be getting nighttime soon, so I guess it's good that we got to Cortman Medical when we did. I don't know if you're able to find a hammer at all.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. We might be able to make a hammer, though, no? With our crafting skill?
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, no, we can. Steak knife, tree branch, duct tape. That's really easy to get, relatively.
There's a little closet in here. It might be... Oh, no, that's a bathroom. Never mind. I thought it might be a tool closet. I'll take a bandage, though. Hopefully I won't
You
need
can
it.
check the buildings. I'll go forage around and maybe check some of the nearby buildings. And if not, we'll
Okay.
just go inside and rest for a little bit.
All right, sounds good. Mask on here.
I've got to go wash up my character, too. I took Fear of Blood, so my character's freaking out right now. Covered in blood. Oh, hold up. This might be something. Not really.
Yeah, I used to run Fear of Blood a lot, but recently I kind of stopped running it just because you're running out of water, washing all the time. Kind of became an issue. It's fine if you get, especially, you know, if you got a river or something nearby, it's no big deal. But if you're actually trying to conserve water and you have to wash your clothes after every run. Although one thing I did, I just set up a mannequin near my base, and so every time I came home, I'd just do the auto swap to swap all my belly clothes to the mannequin.
That is so smart. I've never thought of doing that with a mannequin.
Yeah, it's there's actually an option. Ooh, I got a fanny pack. It's got a basically swap clothes option on the mannequin inputs, and so you can just walk up to it, hit swap, and it'll just swap your outfit with their outfit, and it works great for Fear of Blood. So you can basically just, or discomfort too, if you're wearing a lot of armor when you get back from a run and you're not actually in combat to reduce stress, you can just whip that off and boot up.
That is so smart, quite frankly, especially for the discomfort. Because that is, I will say, that is something that I know a lot of people have brought up as maybe a pain point in Build 42. They don't necessarily understand or like the discomfort system in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've seen that feedback, and you know, if you saw in the game mode rework that we put out, I think it was 15 or 16. I actually we dialed down discomfort a good amount. Right now, it's kind of balanced to where you can kind of wear kind of a base level of armor, so you know, arm pad, knee pads. You know, hunting vest, a mask, and like a riding helmet. So you can have one kind of full layer set that doesn't cause any discomfort. One of the big changes I made based on that feedback, or I requested the team to make, was the way that discomfort actually adds to stress. And that was for a few different reasons. One, stress is mitigated. One of the things that lowers stress, besides smoking, is actually combat. So you can fully basically armor up, and then while you're actually in combat, you might build some stress, but it's not instantly leading to depression like it was before, where you would just finish you clear out a horde and then you just, super unhappy. Now you can just get rid of that stress. via magazine or whatever. And like I said, if you've got something like Fear of Blood, which kind of stacks on top of that, then you can do things like swap out your clothes. But I understand that some people aren't happy with it and don't like it. It does have a gameplay, effect of encouraging you to, not be sleeping in plate armor and full gas masks all the time. I don't know. I've never tried to sleep in plate armor, but I assume that would be quite uncomfortable. But finding that balance, right, is always the key. And of course, sandbox and server options. That's one of the things I love about Project Zomboid is being able to expose those values to the player. And, if anybody wants to quote me on it, playing sandbox is just as valid as playing any other version of Zomboid that there is. So, if there's a feature, if you don't like the XP gain, crank it up. If you don't like the trait costs, give yourself some points. If you don't like discomfort, set it to 0. So yeah.
I'm so glad you said that, because every once in a while I get people in my chat when I'm playing what I consider to be kind of challenging settings, and what I would assume many people would say are insane. And they're like, oh, you're playing on baby mode. You're not doing all sprinters. You're not doing 16x population with respawns. You're like, the thing you have to remember about Zomboid, in my opinion, is it's meant to be a sandbox game first. So
it is.
I love that you bring up the point that you can alter anything you want in this game. If you are annoyed by it, there is very likely an option in the menu that you can go into and adjust to whatever you want it to be. And if there's not, the modding scene is huge in this game too. So I know for a fact there's lots of mods. For example, there was one mod I saw where planks become extremely light. So if you want to be a carpenter just going around building mansions, you can do that with no issue.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, PZ is forged to play the way you want to play. And, I've seen that a lot too. I know when we did the game mode revamp, some people love it. They love the apocalypse changes to be more, lore canon focused. They love extinction. Some people don't. Some people hate the changes that we made to apocalypse, and I don't think too many people hate the fact that extinction exists, but it's obviously not for everybody. I'm not a big fan of having sprinters leap through the window and kill me immediately. But it was crafted to be a challenge. That was the idea, and that was also kind of the idea of really identifying apocalypse as lore canon. Is that the other modes can be a little bit gamey here and there for certain things. But yeah, I mean, if my son has played zombies a little bit and Zomboid a little bit, and when he was a little bit younger, he really wanted to play, and my wife was like, well, he's too young for a zombie game, and I was like, don't worry, I'll turn off all the zombies, and he still ended up dying in the first 2 days.
It happens. I think early on, Zomboid, no matter what difficulty settings you put it on, is actually an incredibly challenging game. And I remember some of my first runs. The very first run I ever did, I spawned Rosewood. I heard zombies outside my building, and I was so scared to move because I understand one bite, you're done for, your run is over. I didn't want to leave the house. I literally just stayed in the house, closed all of the curtains, and just hoped they would run away from my home. And of course, they never did. They eventually found their way inside because I kept making noise. And that was just so terrifying to me. But that's part of the joy as well, is learning this game and getting over that fear of the zombies.
Yeah, that was one of my early experiences as well. I think my very first run, I died from breaking a car window with my elbow and bleeding out. In Muldraugh, that hotel over by the trailer park, I swear on my first actual run, I spent probably 3 weeks inside that hotel, just running of game time, like running out during the day, grabbing a couple cans of food, running back in, closing the door. And then I distinctly remember when the power went out and I was trapped. I was in the lower floor of the hotel. I had started knocking out walls between the rooms to like expand my quote unquote base. yeah, and then the helicopter came and things went really bad.
The helicopter event. You know what? That is a question I do have, and maybe you can't necessarily answer it, but I'm just curious because a lot of people have always wondered, why does the helicopter just fly by and follow you around?
Well, I can't give away the lore secret. That is
Okay.
that is a buried thing, but there is a story behind it, but I can't say just yet. I want people to find it for themselves someday.
Is it something that's in the game right now, or is it going to be added in a future update?
No, it's not in the game now, but
Okay.
It's planned at some point
Okay.
to find out the mystery behind who the helicopter is, how it got through the no-fly zone, and you know what it's doing.
All good, all good. Well, if you're okay with it, it is getting pretty late. Do you want to relax in the building and we can kind of get into some serious Q&A stuff?
Yeah, let's do it.
Perfect. What room are you in right now? Are you on the second floor?
Yeah, I'm upstairs. There's actually an extra fanny pack over here. If you want to fanny pack up.
You know what? I'm not normally a fanny pack person, but I'll take it for you.
Here we go. Did I? Maybe I picked it up. Hold on.
Yeah, I didn't see it in the cabinet.
Thought I saw that one in there. I got one. Until I get an Alice pack or Alice gear, I'm all about the fanny packs.
You're supportive of the fanny pack?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm just not much of a fanny pack person, I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather just take a satchel or a bigger bag, in my opinion, but I can understand why some might want the fanny pack, because it is nice for organization.
Oh, here it is. Here, I did have it. I threw it in my backpack. There you go. There's fanny pack.
All right, just for you, I'll wear the fanny pack. Just for you.
Well, luckily, it'll be hidden by your stylish leather coat. So.
Oh, very true. All right, there we go. So there's really no downside then.
But yeah, we can. There's this beautiful office over here.
You want to chill in the office?
Yeah. Let me close these curtains. Someone's banging somewhere, but.
I took care of a couple zombies outside. I think we'll deal with whatever's left in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if this chair I can necessarily rest on. It might be too close to the desk.
Sadly. I think it's too close to the desk, yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll just sit next to it. Or I'll just stand. I'll stand, because that's a power move right there. There we go. Well, Serellan, thank you so much again. I want to say one more time, thank you for joining us tonight. This is insane. A lot of people in chat have loved to see you come and join us in the community and kind of chill with us for a little bit. Obviously, I've seen your interview with Mr. Atomic Duck, but really quick, for anybody who hasn't, do you want to give like a quick little backstory about some of the other games you've worked on? Because you've been in the gaming industry for a while, Serellan.
Yeah, it's been a bit, and again, thanks for reminding me. I'm on a live stream with a bunch of people watching and not just talking to you. Hi everybody again. Yeah, so I'll keep it relatively short so I don't ramble for too long. But I've been in the industry. I got my first professional job in the early 2000s. I actually started as a modder. Back in Alaska, I started making mods for Rainbow Six and the sequel, Rainbow Six Rogue Spear. Actually, for my LAN group, we would get together and play every Friday night. And I started making mods for them and then put them up on the internets, on the old File Planet and stuff like that. And they started getting popular. And so I got really into modding. I was spending a ton of time doing it. And at a certain point, my wife gave me an ultimatum to either get a job doing it or quit doing it. And yeah, so. Decided to try to get into games. It took me a while, but I eventually got hired at Red Storm Entertainment. Started there working on primarily focused on Ghost Recon. I was supposed to get to work on Rainbow Six, but obviously Ghost Recon turned out to be awesome as well. Mm-hmm. So was there for about 5 years on, I think my first ship title was Island Thunder on the Xbox, and then worked on through Gra 2, I think Future Soldier and Predator were my last Ghost Recon titles. From there, I went over to Bungie. I was design lead on Halo Reach. I got to work on that for a bit, which was super cool. Went to Warner Brothers. Again, classic games industry. Got hired to work on Mad Max. Worked on that for a little bit, and then moved over to some DC stuff and IP evaluations for kind of head Warner Brothers, and then spent some time working on what would eventually become Shadows of Mordor. Working on Lord of the Rings, got to go down and see Peter Jackson and do a bunch of the stuff around The Hobbit, which was, obviously super cool for a little nerd like me to, be down at Weta and holding Sting and doing all that cool stuff. But from there, I spun up my own company. I did the indie route that most AAA folks do. I guess for me, more than once now. Did a Kickstarter. Had a game that we actually put the game out, but didn't do as good as we hoped it would. So from there, I moved on. I had been doing a bunch of experimental. I started writing kind of guides and tutorials on using Unreal Engine because when I was running my studio, and I always say my studio because it was called Serellan, and that's like my gamer tag. So it's weird
Makes
for me
sense.
to call it Serellan at the same time. But I've been doing switched over to Unreal, and had been doing a bunch of stuff with like Unreal VR. I did this crazy VR exploratory thing where you're a blind person in VR, which was kind of fun. And from there, Epic actually reached out to me, and so I joined Epic as an evangelist, and my role was primarily focused on helping indie devs using Unreal Engine. So I got to spend 6 years just like really immersed in the indie scene and helping them both from a technical standpoint on the Unreal side, but also on business development and marketing and getting on the Epic Games Store and dealing with just being really immersed in the indie game space. And so in 2023, I got hit as part of the great layoffs. Epic was on the cutting edge and started laying everybody off before everybody else in the industry thought it was cool. I was doing some consulting on a variety of different projects, and one of them that came up was IndieStone, and I'd been in touch with TIS since I first emailed them back in 2011, and had been trading emails and had met with them a couple times at like Game Developers Conference. And so I did some consulting, and then eventually that kind of snowballed into this role, the first dedicated game designer to work on Project Zomboid, which is, in my opinion, so far like the pinnacle of game design work. It's amazing, and very appreciative to the team and the community for giving me this opportunity.
It sounds like you have been all over the place. You have been doing a ton. Halo, Lord of the Rings, Epic Games, Warner Brothers. Is there a game you haven't worked on? That's insane.
Yeah, no, well, I never worked on any Star Wars games. I'll say that. I mean, I guess Fortnite had some Star Wars in it, but
were you involved with Fortnite at all, or?
Yeah, a little bit. I did.
Wow.
Some of when Fortnite, I actually started the week that Fortnite launched free to play across platform. So when the Battle Royale version launched, it was like late 2017, and so it obviously exploded onto the scene. And for those first few months, it was kind of all hands on deck at Epic. You didn't not get to work on something on Fortnite. So I did. Outside of a lot of what I did was like we were actually running out of character concepts for like character skins and stuff. So it was kind of like everybody put in your, everybody in the company was like submitting character sheets to the character team. Did a bit of that, and then I helped with some like blueprint optimization, which is the Unreal Engine scripting system, like optimization for like posters, and I did a lot of work with the team, giving feedback on just kind of base shooter, like core interactions, clambering, and things like that, and a lot of UX feedback, like the menus, how they flowed, stuff like that. So I would kind of rate my contribution as like more from a QA tester perspective, and then also being a resource. You know, the Unreal Engine team was obviously a resource for the Fortnite team, where we could assist and do optimizations. Although that was one of the cool things about Epic, is that was really a two-way street. So a lot of the optimizations that got rolled into Fortnite, we were able to roll back into Unreal Engine for, you know, everybody else that the engine was distributed to.
That's insane. I did not know that you worked for Fortnite for a little bit. I was a little bit joking at first, but damn, that is incredible. Because Fortnite, when that like blew up, I mean, that took over completely. That was the game for like 1 to 2 years straight. Just Fortnite. Unreal. But I want to quickly talk. You mentioned you had your own indie studio at one point. Can you kind of talk behind what made you decide I want to do this, and how that process all went?
Yeah, it's a little crazy because I don't know. I look back on some of these stories and they sound made up. But I had left Warner Brothers in late 2011. And I was doing consulting. You know, it's kind of the default when, you know, you leave a company and you go out on LinkedIn and you're like, you know, hey, I'm looking for new opportunities. And usually the first ones that roll in are consulting, like, hey, can you come in for a short-term gig, help us, you know, do some design stuff here, do some design stuff there. So I had thrown up a web page, and it was Serellan.com, because that was going to be I created a company to do the consulting, like do all the billing and stuff.
Right.
Well, because that's my gamer tag, one of the Ghost Recon fan sites wrote a shout out to Rocky from GhostRecon.net. He wrote like an article, and he was like, you know, Christian Allen just created this web page for Serellan, and that's his like gamer tag, and it's also what I used on like the Ghost Recon forums and stuff. Like, is he making a new tactical shooter? And I was like, huh, that's like really interesting. And then people started like messaging me like, I heard you were making a new tactical shooter, like that would be so cool. And right around that same time, this would have been like by January of 2012, that around that same time, Kickstarter became a thing. And there was some game that had like kickstarted like $75,000. I want to say it was FTL, I'm not sure, but and I was like, oh well, you know, I had pitched, you know, hardcore tactical shooters all around the block 10 times over, and I've always got turned down. Nobody really wanted to, at that time in 2011, 2012, tactical shooters were considered dead. You know, SOCOM was dead. Ghost Recon had moved into a new world. You know, at the time, you know, Rainbow was pretty stagnant. This is before Siege, although I don't think you can define that as a tactical shooter much anymore. But there was a few titles out there, but not a lot, and especially not in the CQB space. And so I said, well, maybe I should see if, you know, this Kickstarter thing is viable. Then, you know, maybe it means people actually are interested in it, and publishers are just wrong. And so I took a stab at it, and I did it. The Kickstarter was successful, and I at the same time, Sony had just closed Zipper Interactive, which was the main SOCOM developer. So I was able to bring in folks from Zipper, and we built a game called Takedown. Like I said, it didn't end up being the execution that I would have liked with a bigger budget and more time. And I was also I learned a lot of lessons in the difference between AAA game development and indie game development, and how you have to be more agile. You know, my biggest mistake was probably treating it like a AAA development, and eventually we partnered with a publisher to kind of do, you know, more of the publishing side. But that was about the time I actually first emailed the Indie Stone and was like, hey, I'm doing this too. Like, you guys have this really cool model, like any tips or any tricks? And unfortunately, I probably should have taken more of their advice. Maybe I'd have my still be running my own studio, but it all came together in the end. Here I sit, so that worked out.
The stars align sometimes in mysterious ways, but I think everything works out for a reason, and I think the work you've been doing on Zomboid is so important. So I appreciate you joining the team over there, and even if the indie studio didn't go the way you wanted, like you said, you probably learned a ton, and you probably gained a lot of knowledge on the indie side, and combining that with your AAA experience, you probably have a very in-depth view of the industry as a whole. And I kind of want to touch on that really quickly, because there's been a lot going on in the gaming space. You yourself said there's been a lot of layoffs recently. I mean, there's been some very large games shutting down. For example, Destiny 2 recently. Bungie, they had a layoff. Like, there's so much happening. Xbox selling off many of their studios. What is your take on what's happening right now? What is your opinion on the state of the industry?
Well, yeah, it's definitely been a big shift, and obviously the Xbox changes and some of the stuff at Bungie and are kind of fresh in our mind. But this has been going on for a couple of years now. I joked earlier that Epic was on the cutting edge because they were one of the few first studios to have a big layoff in this kind of round. Some of this is cyclical, right? Like I joke that people are like, oh, Microsoft acquired a bunch of studios and then got rid of a bunch of studios. I'm like, again, like, okay, you mean like FOSSA, Ensemble, like that's happened before. But also, a lot of what we're seeing is adjustment to COVID. COVID, when COVID hit, and I mean the influx of people into gaming during COVID. So many more people were staying home and playing games, and it was kind of like huge influx of people, huge influx of money, huge influx of money, both from players playing games, but also from like VCs. If you in 2020, 2021, you could basically go out and say like, hey, I've got three, I remember jealously looking back on, the story I just told about 2012 of like, not being able to ever raise money to make games. By 2021, it was like, hey, I've got three people and we're going to make an extraction shooter, or actually at the time, we're going to make a battle royale. There'd be some VC around the corner to be like, okay, here's $10 million, go do it. Because, with 0% interest rates, lenders could just, or VCs could basically, I mean, if I was them, if I was smart, I probably would have done this. Right? Take out a 0% loan for $5 million, turn around, flip it into a VR, thing or a video game. And if the $5 million turns into $50 million, then you're golden. And if it turns into zero, well, declare bankruptcy and do it again. There's no skin out of their game. So all that led to an over saturation. It led to over hiring. It led to a lot of people, we saw everybody chasing battle royales in 2018, 2019, 2020, and then oh, hey, there's this cool new game called Tarkov, let's all do extraction shooters. Here's 10,000 extraction shooters. And the gamers can only play one of those at a time. And once if you're a Tarkov player, it's not like you're like, oh, let me go check out, the new other extraction shooter. You're probably just still playing Tarkov. Sometimes you might bounce around with some games within a genre, but you generally don't play all of them. And I remember very distinctly in 2020 being in a room with incredibly high profile, very smart video game people. And I guess technically I wouldn't have been in a room with them. This would have been over Zoom. But them saying like, okay, one of the important things we have to remember is we can't treat this as a baseline. We need to know that, this huge influx that we've had is going to drop off at some point. Once people start going back to school and going back to work, and if the economics of anything change, like we can't treat this as the new normal. Well, meanwhile, 3-4 years later, those same very smart executive people were treating it as the new normal. And I think a lot of what we're seeing in the industry is because of that. VC money has dried up in general, so you can't just like, oh, this game didn't work out, I didn't make any money, okay, I'll just go back to the VCs and get another infusion for my next project that I want to build. So publishers are getting more conservative in looking at what they're doing, so they're funding less titles. Companies aren't able to carry as many people. There was a mass hiring bonanza during COVID, because it was like seen as like, oh well, hey, we don't have to, it's free to hire people now, all we have to do is mail them a laptop and they just start working. We don't have to get them an office, we don't have to relocate them, we don't have to get them a desk, we can just hire. And so you saw a big influx of like middle management, a lot of middle managers, a lot of like back end folks, some of which turned out great, and some of it just turned out, especially with like company acquisitions, like at Epic, they bought a bunch of different companies. So all of a sudden you had, 5 different companies with 5 different sets of audio people. And it's like, well, do we really need 5 different sets of audio people, or 5 different sets of IT people, or 5 different sets of HR people? So I think all of those things combined, with a maybe more informed player base that when money's a little tighter in the world, you might not just go out and buy a title because it looks cool. You might go, well, I'm going to wait and see the reviews, I'm going to wait and see if it there's enough player base, I'm going to wait and see that how things go. And so all of those things combined, I think, to lead to a lot of the contraction. I think that's what we're really in, is a contraction in the industry in general. And I think indies can be uniquely positioned to roll with that kind of stuff. They have less overhead. There's less craziness of like, well, if we don't ship this title this fiscal year and it make $500 million, then we're screwed. And also they tend to only be working on one project at a time, whereas when you're at a AAA publisher, and their big RPG flames out, that could affect your team, because all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, we were going to hire 20 people to help us with multiplayer, and they're like, no, you're not. And you're like, what? Why not? Well, because this other game that was supposed to make money didn't make money, and guess what? You're also in next quarter because we need to make money next quarter. And you're like, wait, we were supposed to come out a year from now. Well, not anymore. So yeah, I think indies can be uniquely, I guess, set up to deal with that kind of stuff, and obviously are kind of more directly plugged into their audience than maybe some bigger companies are.
So kind of just to sum up basically your opinion, it's a lot of mismanagement from the higher ups thinking COVID time is always going to happen, the economy, and just simply more competition, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think more competition. I mean, the tools have been getting easier and easier and easier to create good games. The baseline when someone starts with Unreal or Unity right now is already like, where when I started my indie studio on Unreal 3, you didn't just open it up and already have a character running around and just go, okay, now I just start putting in assets and just start adjusting it. So, more people can make games, which is great. It's great for the consumer. I mean, it's one of the best times for the consumer right now. I mean, I don't know if what your Steam library looks like, but mine is like,
it's thick,
full of games. Yeah,
it's thick.
Like,
I've gotten a lot over the Steam summer sale.
Yeah.
And you were right though. Indies kind of have taken over, in my opinion, because quite frankly, the AAA market, there's nothing coming out that really excites me. It's like Call of Duty number 28. It's like, I don't really care. But then indie games come out. There's always something fresh. They're always entertaining. And as a consumer, they're always like $5 to $10 normally. They're not that expensive.
Yeah. And indie developers can, they can, and I hate to use this term because I hear other people say it, and I cringe a little inside just knowing what it means. But when folks say indies can afford to take more risks, and the reason I hate the term is because afford, because someone's usually spending their 401k or whatever they've saved up to try to build their dream passion project, but they can be more nimble and rapidly put something else out. An indie team of 3 people can put out a demo or put out some assets and try to gauge reaction and a lot of times there's a ton of them, and I've worked with a bunch of them in my role at Epic of they put something out and it just quietly never gets any interest. Either it looked too much like something else or just people weren't interested in it, and then that indie team can go, well, do we want to just keep tooling along with this as a hobby project? Do we want to try something else? Do we want to try something different? Do we want to just say, screw it, we don't want to do this? Where, in the AAA space, just to get to that point of like, we're going to release a demo, you've already put 50 million bucks into it. And, shareholders aren't going to be like, oh, we put out this demo and it wasn't really well received, so we just decided to can it. And just eat the 50 mil we spent on it. That's not going to happen. They've already committed at that point. And so then that leads to being more safe of going like, oh, well, if we, get this guy that worked on Halo from Bungie and pair him with this, engineer that also worked on, this feature on Lord of the Rings, we put them together and then we make a Tarkov-like game, and then we license, I don't know, so this Disney movie and stick it all together. We stick all these things together, it'll make a guaranteed profit project, and it'll just be safe and it won't be anything scary. Well, then you get what you would expect out of just globbing those things together. You get a lot of kind of Me Too's. And that lag time is so much is why you saw like a big run of battle royale games, Fortnite included, right?
Right.
There was PUBG, there was what is it?
Radical
was it
Heights
Daisy
for
Mod?
one.
Yeah, there's Radical Heights.
Yeah,
there was just a ton of them. And then you saw the same thing with extraction shooters, I think. Well, there was looter shooters and then extraction shooters, where a publisher goes, oh, okay, well, I looked at the numbers and, 3 of the top games are extraction shooters. So if we make it an extraction shooter, it'll be safe. So do that. And then you might have a development team that's like, what do you mean we have to change our looter shooter to an extraction shooter? Well, that wasn't what we were doing.
Right.
Well, that's the thing you're doing now, kind of thing. So all these things come together, and a lot of people blame AI. I don't really, I'm not. I honestly, I think some maybe dumb people have been like, I can just fire my entire staff and use AI. I think they'll be hiring staff back soon.
There was one company that did that recently, no?
I heard it wasn't a gaming company. I heard some like car company did that. They fired a bunch of people and then went, oops. But one of the things about AI, and I probably shouldn't even brought up AI. I know it's very controversial, but if everybody uses the same generation team tools, everybody's things that they generate all are going to look the same. They're all going to look like they came from that tool. And so, I don't chalk up. I know a lot of people blame the current industry woes on AI, heavily. I think it's a factor, but it's not, the big factor. I think what we're seeing is really a kind of an adjustment. It's kind of like the housing market adjusted in 2008 after all the subprime lending stuff went on. It's not that nobody wanted houses and nobody wanted to build houses. It just all these things added up to a bubble that burst, and
Right.
We're living through that right now on the industry side.
Well, thank you, Serellan, for answering those questions. It was
I'm
very
not good at keeping things concise, I guess.
No, it's fun.
I
I love it because it's just interesting to hear from your perspective, because like all day we're chatting with ourselves here in the community, and we're all, for the most part, gamers. There's really, except for maybe a handful of people in the chat, we're all we just play games. So like we don't necessarily hear this side of it. So it's interesting to get your take on that. While I am getting ready to enjoy some breakfast, I did have one final question, and then we can kind of get back out there. I think maybe getting building supplies to build up our base today would be useful.
Yeah, definitely a hammer, maybe some planks. I'm gonna grab some food. I do need to take a quick 5-minute break.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
All right.
If you're in the kitchen right now, I'll wait for you in there, and I'll get some breakfast going.
All right, I'm gonna make a bowl of food because I'm a little sad here, and I have a bowl.
I'm gonna have this muffin. I think I heard zombies outside of our base as well, so I'll probably do like a little perimeter check too.
Oh, I've got hamburger buns. I can make a hamburger.
Ooh.
Nice. Processed cheese.
Oh, that's your smoker tray. I thought for a second you caught a cold. I was like, wait.
Oh, did I just cough? Oh,
you did.
Oh,
on my
they
end.
heard me.
I did. Yeah, they're actually. I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that. If you can make the hamburgers, I'll have a hamburger. You know, it's noon. It's lunchtime. Oh, yeah. Here's a little guy. Hello. There we go. Goodbye. Oh no, they're breaking our windows now. That was a very loud cough to have alerted all the zombies from outside the building, huh?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Even this guy over here knows what's... How loud did you cough?
I was talking. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even hear. All right.
Nah, I'm trolling. We'll get rid of all the zombies. It's fine. It's not even that big of a deal. Just a
Well, I'm making you the most brilliant cheese, corn, and marinara burger you've ever had.
It's cheese, corn, and marinara sauce?
Yeah, with some garlic powder. It's gonna. If you got any sadness, it'll take care of it right away.
It won't add to it?
No. If you do it right.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm an expert. I'm a cooking expert.
I trust you on that.
Me.
I'll take your word. I am actually apparently miserable. I don't know why. Throughout our time chatting
Yeah, we were
with one
sitting.
another.
It's because we're smokers, and we're just sitting there ignoring our smoking. All right, there's a burger in the fridge for you. I'm gonna jump out for a couple minutes, and I'll be right back.
No worries. He was not lying. He did just make a burger with corn and cheese on it. Okay. Does it need to be cooked? No, okay. Well, I trust him. Somehow this will, in fact, make me happy. The Serellan special. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far, guys. I apologize, obviously, that I'm not able to necessarily keep up and chat with all of you as much as I can, or as much as I normally do. But it's no worries. I'm actually, while he's gone... Oh, hello? Oh, it's just one little guy over there. Okay, never mind. While he's gone, I might go loot some of the nearby buildings. Just to see if I can get some decorations for us. Some things for the base, because I would really like to work on the base today. Come here. Wow, you are so slow, little buddy. It's okay. No need to be slow anymore. Let me actually go in here. Thank you so much, by the way, Silverfang, for the sub. I appreciate it. Guys, I will shout out all alerts again at the end of the stream. But I will say, in this brief moment of break we have, if you are new to the stream, the one thing I ask, please help me out by hitting the follow button. If you are really enjoying, consider subscribing. Just like Silverfang did, gets cool little beaver emotes and his fancy badge next to your name in chat. For anybody watching on YT, we are live on the on Twitch as well, if you're curious. Oh. You know what? I will wear that. Thank you, game. And a can of oats? Wow, we are getting lucky right now. Thank you, game. That's so kind of you. Some of this stuff we can use for fires later. In fact, wait, this can actually just probably be gotten rid of if I have this now. Not necessarily need something. Following is free. Following is indeed free, guys. It is. If you wish to, of course. I won't demand it, but it does mean a lot to me. Follow.
You should absolutely follow. I am demanding it.
Oh,
I'm back, by the way.
you've all heard. Serellan, thank you. If you don't follow, guys, your playthroughs will be cursed now in Zomboid. I'm so sorry. Bad RNG. Every house will have an
You will
alarm.
forever have muscle strain if you don't follow Beaver.
Oh god. For all constant muscle strain. I can't imagine a worse fate. I'm coming back to the house. I just found a golf bag, and I got some extra food for us.
Yeah, that's about equivalent to a duffel bag, right? I think golf bags are maybe a little
think
heavier.
So. I think it's a little bit heavier, but I think it's close, yeah. Oh, there are so many golf clubs inside. Would you like some golf clubs?
Yes!
I'm gonna put them on the table over here. Hold on, let me put them, I want to decorate our base. I would love to do like a little feast, perhaps, on night 3 in this dining room, but I need to find somewhere. Do you have anywhere you want to put the weapons, I guess? Have like a weapons cabinet?
What about the living room? Looks like it has by the fireplace.
By the fire pit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm dumping off some of this food into the fridge. I just realized I was carrying every bit of food I picked up.
Yeah, I had a ton of food on me.
I'll keep the oats in my oats. Actually, I'm gonna keep a cereal in my bag. Cereal is the magic food.
Cereal is lovely. I love getting cereal in this game. Because my weight issues are resolved instantly. It's amazing.
Yeah. Wash my bandage. Oh, take it out of my backpack to wash it. Oh no, I used the right-click menu. There we go.
So what I was thinking of...
Gonna sniff some correction fluid. Here we go. It's great. Makes me happy. Till I get cigarettes.
Wait, can you actually sniff it? What?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
We do not endorse sniffing correction fluid, but if you sniff correction fluid, don't do it too much though. You can do it, you get a little like happiness. I think it's happiness, but you get a little boost, but then if you do it too much, I think it'll make you sick.
Wait, okay, I never knew this. Was that actually a thing? Can I have some?
Yeah. Here, hold on. There's correction fluid. Try sniff, right? Pick it up, try it.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I'm gonna get in so much trouble for encouraging Beaver to start a correction fluid.
If it helps, it helps. I'll take it, you know? I didn't know this was a feature. This is great to know. Oh my gosh. Okay. People are saying I should have known this. I never thought that would be a feature in this game, but I'm constantly wowed.
Helps keep the sadness at bay until you find some cigarettes.
Oh, actually, a chocolate bar would make me happy.
Yeah, that'll take it off. I got mine down, made some salads. I'm gonna grab one of those golf clubs.
Oh yeah, they're all in this cabinet over here.
Yeah, they break a lot, so I'm gonna grab 2 of them.
Okay.
They don't last too long against zombie skulls, but the long blunt is my jam.
I'll probably be staying with the wrench, but I will have a golf club in case I need it. My thinking for today was if we need cigarettes, we can go up to the building, the store right across the way, and probably get cigarettes there. But then afterwards, maybe we hit up Mass Genfac for hammers and planks.
Yes! I love it.
Perfect.
Oops. Oh, hold on one sec. For some reason, I took off my sheet sling.
No worries.
Alright, here we go. Okay, I did grab those. Oh, yeah, okay. I grabbed the golf clubs. Sweet.
Oh, my bad. Alright, and off we go. Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Beautiful.
I truly do not get into as many car crashes as my chat will have you believe. I promise. I actually kind of love that in Zomboid though now, with the corpses piling up. If you don't clear them off the roadway, it like will wreck your vehicle. You flip your car.
Shit. Oh, aprons. Nice. Look at all those aprons, and the black ones too. I love the black ones.
You like
I guess
the
we're not going to
aprons?
be doing just for tailoring later down the road. You know, throw some leather onto them. But I guess we won't need them on this run.
Likely won't be going insanely far into this playthrough, but I mean, you never know. You never know. Oh, hold up.
Hey, we can make the whole run just us leveling up tailoring. That would be really exciting for everybody to watch.
I'm sure everybody will love the endless ripping of clothes and all that. I guess that's actually a good segue. I mean, there's been a conversation going around in my chat a little bit that some of the skills in this game are very, very grindy. With tailoring being a good example, I think first aid is another key one people point to. Mechanics. There's a couple different skills out there that are kind of pain points. Are you guys looking at that, or in your eyes, is that kind of like the experience? Like, you are going to have to grind a little bit.
Well, definitely we're looking at it. I actually just recently did a pass-through on tailoring to try to buff up some of the higher-end build stuff from an EXP standpoint. That launched a little while ago to try to encourage, you know, ideally you want it to be either organic, you know, i.e. maintenance, right? Like I hit things and they don't break, and then I get better at it. Or, you know, something more that you know, cooking. Oh my God, hold on.
Oh,
baseball bat in a garbage bag, baby. Metal baseball bat in a garbage bag. Always check garbage bags. They're amazing. And fresh bread, too.
Yeah, this the fridges in here are filled with delicious food. I haven't found cigarettes, though. Have you?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Might not get lucky on that front.
It? Oh, but there's beef jerky. There's some ginger ale. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, you know, it's funny because, like, cooking, if you just sat down and said, I'm going to level cooking now, and I'm not going to leave this room until my cooking is leveled, that would be incredibly grindy. But since you tend to, you know, along the way, you know, make salads and make sandwiches and do things, you tend to kind of naturally amp that up. But, you know, another example in, but we don't want it to feel grindy. So, like, for example, one of the negatives that I'd like to address at some point is, like, you know, people are like, I want to carve cool stuff. I want to carve spears and do cool stuff. But the best way for me to do that is sit here and make 1,000 spoons. Like, that's not the intended experience. A lot of that is, you know, how the numbers work out and how things work out, you know, kind of more the meta. But, for example, the introduction of new VHS tapes for a bunch of the skills to be able to get kind of past that level 1 hump, doing loot runs, you know, going out and hitting VHS stores, as opposed to, you know, having to, you know, disassemble, you know, 1,000 watches or whatever. Where it's a variety of different angles of attack to address those, and it's going to be a long-term thing. It's not going to be something that, you know, we're going to pull the trigger tomorrow and everybody's going to be like, amazing, all these, like, I want the skills to be like really long-term viable, and, you know, take me a long time to really, you know, feel like I'm really, you know, a badass if I got all these things, but I don't want to sit and grind them.
Sir, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. We might want to leave. We might want to go.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I maybe made a bit of a mistake.
Okay, I'm grabbing some ice cream.
Hold on. No, oh my God.
No cigarettes though, huh?
I went to go check this vehicle for cigarettes. I think there actually are cigarettes in there too that I didn't grab. If you can cover me for like 5 seconds, I can dive in there, I can grab them, and we can go.
Alright, come out.
Alright.
Oh! Yeah, that'll do it.
There were cigarettes. Perfect. Alright. We're good.
Nice.
We can leave. We'll deal with the cleanup mission when we get home. That was on me. I'm sorry. I didn't see any in the building, so I was like, I'll check this car super quick.
So what always gets you in Zomboid.
Yeah.
I'll just do this real quick.
This'll be like a
last
quick
house before we go home.
This will be like 5 seconds. Don't worry. In and out, and
I
then
can
all of a
carry
sudden.
that. Oh, dude.
I didn't mean to do that. He wouldn't want it to waste our meat. All right, he wouldn't want the meat to be wasted. Where's his body?
Over here.
Oh my god, he ran far away. I have to take him. I'm so sorry, little buddy.
Is it a bunny?
It was a little rat.
Oh.
A little rat.
Rat murder.
So, we'll feast upon him later. It's fine. He would want this. He would want this.
Yes, he wants us to use all parts of him.
Yes. The entire rat will be consumed. The skulls, the skeleton included. Yes. All right, I'm gonna take us over to Mass Gen Fac. We'll loot that real quick. I'm sure that'll go super quick.
Oh yeah, it'll be super easy.
Yeah, and then we'll grab hammers. We'll get some planks, some saws, nails, and we can work on the base and keep chatting about stuff in a little bit.
I'm gonna turn on the AC. It's getting a little hot.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. You can roll down a window too if you wanted.
No, don't do that. I forget to roll them back up again, and then bad things happen.
Okay. Fair. Oh, we might have to stop at Spiffo's on our way back. Maybe for a little Spiffo plush.
Oh
The
yeah.
value meal. The children's toy. You know what? I do actually have... This is kind of a personal question. Well, not really a personal, but it's like a me question. Why does the teddy bear weigh 5 encumbrance?
That is a very, very good question, and I honestly, that has bothered me a bit too. That's going to be on my list. I fixed a few. Well, I don't want to say we or I. Again, everything's a we at the Indie Stone. So if I say me, I mean we. But
right.
yeah, we hit a bunch of the encumbrance stuff. There was there's still some outliers out there. Teddy bears is teddy bears are just have been low on the to-do list, but I think 5 is a little excessive. I think the idea was, the bulk of them, because it is a pretty large teddy bear.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, it's Took Bear, no? It's Took Bear?
Yeah. But the other plushies are quite a bit lighter. Ooh, work boots. Sweet.
I can understand maybe a little bit more than 1, like maybe 2 encumbrance, because it is, of course, the friendliest, huggliest bear in the world, according to the advertisement.
Yeah.
But
I will admit, if you ever see a screenshot of one of my bases, all my beds are always full of stuffed animals, because I love the idea of like the survivor that like is just out crushing skulls, and then all he wants to do is just like sleep in a little circle of stuffed animals around him. I don't know. It's a little kid in me. I always do it.
I love decorating my base with plushies.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
one of my favorite aspects. Decorating my base in general. Just whatever I can get my hands on. Sometimes gnomes, the flamingos, posters, anything at all. In my recent playthrough I'm doing, I just found it.
Oh,
Because I was looking for it too. I was like, where the hell is it? In the recent playthrough I'm doing right now, I'm doing 100% sprinters. The house that I'm basing in right next to, there is a basement. And whoever lived there was a painter, and their basement is just full of rare, insane-looking paintings. And I've just slowly been moving them all over and over.
Nice. Yeah, I love using the new 3D the 3D adjustment tool. Oh, that's where she is. She's up here, up on the.
Oh,
next
have you
floor.
been looking for the growling zomboid?
Yeah, I was like, where are they? All right, now she's dead.
Perfect.
Ooh. Oh, someone's still banging on a window somewhere. Oh, and they just broke. Wait. Oh, in the break room.
Oh dear.
Oh, 3 of them. Whoa!
I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Hold on.
Sharpies.
Are you okay?
I'm bitten.
No! Are you actually?
Of course I am. That's no. Bandit. I went for the window kill, and there was 3 more right behind him, and they all came in on top of me. I was too ambitious. I should have fallen back. Oh, another one.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I went in for the window kill, and there was obviously like 7 of them, and I was not expecting 7.
Can I medical check you?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, I can't. Hold on, I see the trade, but I don't see a medical check option, actually.
Oh.
You can medical check me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say a moment ago, I was so excited because I found us a carton of nails and so many planks and all this. Well, darn.
Well, I should last a couple days.
You'll be fine. For another 2 days, you'll be okay. You'll be fine.
Yeah, and maybe, maybe this bite isn't the one. Maybe this one, I'm like immune, right?
You could be the first zomboid survivor that's actually fully immune.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's say that. Let's go with that. I'm not.
So
it's fine. It's gonna be fine.
Everything's fine. All right. There's no way you would transform into a disgusting monster. I think the only thing we need right now is planks, quite frankly. I've got a hammer. I've got some saws for us. We can load up the back of the car and get back to the house. Nails? I do. I have a whole carton of nails. Oh, that's why it took me a minute to get over to you, because I was holding onto this giant box. I am nearly a max inventory space right now. I'm nearly at 50, so I've got to go offload all of this.
Yeah, I'm just loading up on planks here.
Okay.
Okay, just for the audience, I normally don't get this bit this fast in a run. Yeah. God.
How often do you play Zomboid? What's like your best run ever, would you say?
Without dying?
Yeah. Like most survival time. Yeah.
Well, the best one I ever had, I actually I did do a custom spawn point. It was on B41. I started at the what's it called? It actually might be called Busy Beaver. The campground.
Camp Busy Beaver.
Yeah. And I literally retired that character. I built a bridge out to the island and lived on it. So I did like basically it wasn't really a wilderness run because there was stuff around there and I did have to make some runs into town, but I ran it. That was my goal for that run, was to build a self-sustaining island, and made it all the way through the winter and spring. And then retired that character in the spring once I'd lived through the summer using trapping and foraging. So that was probably my longest run. In Build 42, I tend to run. I'll run the unstable beta until the next build is coming out. So actually, that screenshot that went out in the update, that's actually my 419 run. I decided to do Irvington and conquered Irvington basically, and I'll retire it once 420 comes out, and then I'll get to do a really nice long run. So
that is sick, actually. That you so you basically made it like a full year in Zomboid.
Yeah.
That is not an easy feat, because I know a lot of people who have not been able to do that. And technically not even myself. My official PB is 7 months, 29 days. And unofficially, it's about 9 months. And I say unofficially because I moved it into a multiplayer server. I kept that character and all their stats in the world. And then, just continued on with that.
Nice.
Oh, are you serious?
Seriously?
Oh my. Alright, here, I'll give you the car key. I'm gonna go in there. We can't leave without a Spiffo plush. I just dropped it on the ground right there.
Got it.
You keep the car running. I'm gonna go in for the Spiffo plush. I gotta lure them out a little bit. I did not see a little Spivo plush, though. Where are we, Oh, they are in there. Wow, okay. It might be lunchtime for the zomboids, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if we're getting in there.
Oh, don't go around the corner. There's like...
Are there
go
more?
in that left corner. There's like 30 of them over there.
Oh my god. What do you think? We leave or do we take this?
I think we roll out.
If you say so.
If we want to try to take it, we can, but...
I mean, it's
a little dicey.
I'm personally ride or die, but I also want to make sure we don't get eaten, of course. I don't think I can say, oh, you know what? Yeah, no, never mind. I'm not ride or die. I'm not ride or die. I'm not. Never mind. If you can just back up to the street over here by the Easy Mart,
Yeah.
that'll be... Oh, the Zippy Mart, excuse me. Perfect, thank you. You can... I was so ready to dive in there, and then I saw that group coming around the corner. I was like, I'm good, actually. Never mind.
All right, where do we want to head?
We can either go
It's 10
back or we
o'clock
can
at
keep
night.
looting.
Let's head back. I'm like super, for some reason, super stressed out. Maybe because I'm bitten, but
Surely not. No, there's no way.
that's me. Just in case we want to come back to Spiffo, like.
Of course.
Move out there. Oh, is that a? Oh, there's a pipe wrench laying on the ground over there. We are well. I'm never gonna get to plum sinks because I'm gonna go live with the Zeds. But
No, well, you said you're going to be immune, so you're fine.
Oh, yeah, oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot.
So you can come back and get that, yeah.
Take a turn. Oh. Okay. This cuts. No, that doesn't. Oh, yeah. I took a wrong turn. Okay.
No, I
I'm
think
gonna take
you're
a
I think
long
you're
way
going the
around.
right way. You're fine. Yeah, this will take us over.
Check my map. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you just keep on this main road, we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay.
So. I was gonna hold off on asking questions from the audience until the very end, but I do have a question from Chris that I think we've already answered, but I just want to bring it up. Seeing the Spiffo restaurant so many times, do Spiffos always guarantee alarmed buildings, essentially? The answer is no. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Everything is random on the map. That's kind of the ideology behind this game, no?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like game mode settings control. I mean, obviously, like in Extinction, they're cranked up, so there's more of them, more chances that each house will have a alarm. But I don't believe, and I could be wrong, because Zomboid is so complex. You know, there could be an increase of possibility that commercial buildings might have a higher chance, but I don't believe so. I believe it's random, a random percentage of buildings based on the sandbox settings. Yeah.
All right. Well, I've got so many nails right here, ready for all of us. This is going to be more nails than we ever need.
I threw my plank. I was wondering why I was fighting so slow, and then I realized I didn't actually drop those planks, so I threw them in the back seat. Oh, there's even more beer in the back seat. This guy, whoever had this car, had some serious life issues.
They were booze cruising. We can't. I mean, in the Zomboid Apocalypse, it's fine. They're allowed to do that. Oh, I think there's a little guy coming over. I can deal with the little guys if you want to just unload the car. I do have a flashlight as well, which I think is great. I love the new darkness added in Build 42 because nighttime now actually feels like a proper threat, especially if you go the absolute darkest mode without cat's eyes too. It's like you can't see a thing. On Extinction mode, it can be terrifying to be out stuck in the dark.
Yeah, the lighting, and especially the exterior lighting with the darkness, the interior lighting with how it affects like how to conquer big buildings, and then that combined with the how do I say it? The randomized door openings. Like people would think that would be just such a minor little thing of like interior doors were randomly closed or unclosed. But for me, at least going from build 41 to that really affects how you're clearing interior buildings. And then after the power is going out, when you're having to clear a big complex and some doors are open and some doors are thing and it's dark and you don't have the angled flashlight yet, so you're like, well, do I want to carry an extra bag full of loot, or do I want to put my flashlight into my primary? Like all of those things come together. It's funny because to me, I'm just working on a more advanced tactical shooter than any of the other tactical shooters that I worked on in the past because of those kind of tactical choices that you have to make. It's like so cool.
Did you happen to have those planks still?
Yes, I got 5 of them.
Okay, we can kind of spread them across the different windows we have. I just put 3 on the front window. Oh, did you want a cheeseburger too? I was able to get these out of Spiffos before everything went to hell.
Nice.
Yeah, we can both enjoy a nice Spiffo burger together.
I got some extra food I'll throw in here. I'm going to add some ranch dressing because I am super depressed. For some reason, marinara, maybe some garlic powder, and some cabbage. That sounds good. A cabbage burger.
Cabbage.
Yeah, I love some cabbage on my burger.
You know what? The reason why we're probably sad is smoker trait. So if you want, I have a cigarette pack.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, here, let me take out a cigarette. I'll drop it to you. Or I could trade it with you too. The trading system. What is the thinking behind the trading system? Because it seems kind of almost out of place at times, almost like a leftover from maybe an older build, no?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the kind of multiplayer oriented interaction systems, they've been kind of long running and long burning. I haven't personally focused on a lot of them. Some of the other team members have handled stuff like the safe house system, some of the various different faction system. It's always a challenge in multiplayer because it would be easier if everybody just role played all the time and just stayed in character and everything. But a lot of systems like that are thought about from especially in multiplayer, you have to take into account some people might have VoIP, some people might not have voice interaction, some people might speak different languages. So how do they communicate and indicate to each other? That's where a lot of those systems kind of come from. If we can't talk to each other because neither of us have microphones, like I can do a trade initiation to you to be like, hey, I'm actually gonna, trade something with you, as opposed to maybe doing random dances while you're dropping things on the ground or something like that.
When you put it like that, no, that makes a lot of sense. That actually is good context for some of that stuff. That's really good context.
I actually eat my amazing burger. Okay, smoke a cigarette.
Here, let me enjoy mine too. There we go. Delicious
look at
burgers.
Us.
Yeah. Cradling the burger too, the way we hold it. Look at that. My character is still freaking out, though, because of the fear of blood. We did a lot of fighting today.
I'll finish my cigarette here.
Well, while you're finishing that, we can kind of get back into some interview stuff if you're okay with that. Really quickly, a follow-up from what we were discussing on day one. If you had someone who said they really wanted to get into game dev, or they wanted to make their own indie game, what is some of the best tips you would give them for just starting out?
What's hilarious about that is that question is I think in 2013, I don't know, somewhere back in the early 2010s, I actually wrote an article, and apparently it might still be up, but it was like 10 steps to start being an indie dev. And I wrote this article on Gamma Sutra, which I think is now like Game Develop or something like that. But it was essentially go download an engine, Unreal or Unity. I'm a little partial to Unreal myself, but that's just because that's what I'm most experienced in. Obviously, there's Godot, there's Game Maker, there's a bunch of options out there. Grab some basic asset packs that you can start playing with, and start building a chunk of what you want to start doing. All the materials out there are there for the picking. YouTube tutorials, there's Udemy classes, there's asset packs. Now that doesn't mean that's what you're going to ship with. If you just build everything out of plug and play modules, that nobody's going to care about that, because it's going to look like a collection of plug and play modules. But it'll start teaching you. And then one of the big steps was get a backup system, get source control, whether it be Git or, whatever, back up your work, start understanding, what source control is, and because it can be really effective, even if you're a one-person team, being able to roll back stuff and things like that. And then just start iterating that idea. Start small if you can. One of the best exercises I ever did, and I actually used it as a demo when I was at Epic, is I built chess in Unreal Engine. And I did it using there was a set of marketplace assets from this game called Paragon. It was a MOBA game that Epic had made, and the game got kind of canned, but they released all the characters for free on the Unreal Engine marketplace. And so I built a chess game using these characters. And, as a training tool and a learning tool, like if you're like, I'm going to build a chess game, and really the idea is any kind of game that has an established rule set where you're kind of following that as a design document and being like, well, how can I implement that? How, should I interact with the chess pieces using a mouse and keyboard? How's that going to work on a controller? How should I do the UI? Like, should I do save games? How do I set up all that? Like this is why I tell students this a lot. Like, instead of like, here's my magnum opus game that I always wanted to make, and I'm going to make a, MMO with, RPG and RTS elements, and then you get overwhelmed and quit. Start on something small like that, or an element of your game that you want to build. If you want to make a platformer, like just focus on a character platforming through the environment, that kind of stuff. And just start doing it. That is really the best way to do it. And then the other thing I would really encourage people to do is modding. It's how I got into the industry. It builds portfolios. It's one of the reasons I got hired at Project Zomboid, because I made mods. I actually just started making mods for PZ, both for myself and to have like a creative outlet when I was still working at Epic. And I was like, I don't want to work on Unreal on my off time. I want to be creative somewhere else. And so I did a pillow mod in Project Zomboid, and I did Spawn mod and a few others, like the skyscraper, one of the skyscraper challenges. But yeah, modding, the great thing about modding, and this doesn't necessarily apply to Project Zomboid, but modding a fully released title, say something like Fallout, or even older games, Half-Life or something that has a really established modding scene and a very stable code base to be able to work from. You're working within that development environment. One of the challenges with starting with something like Unreal and Unity is that you can kind of go anywhere and do anything, and that can often get you in trouble. When you're early on, of like, oh, I added 10,000 characters to my game, and now it runs at 1 frames a second. How do I fix that? Whereas if you're modding within a already established game, then say for example Fallout 4, you're working within that framework, and you're also learning to deal with things like, for example Fallout 4, you're learning to deal with little quirks and things in the pipeline and how it works and what the engine likes and what the engine doesn't like. So yeah, that's kind of how I would encourage folks, get out there and start creating content. You're going to learn a lot about the process. Hopefully you're going to build a portfolio, and you're going to want to learn what you like and don't like. There's a reason we have discipline. We have artists and designers and engineers, because people tend to be good at different things, and talents in some things, and also people what they like and don't like to do.
Well, that's awesome. I appreciate all of that insight on the developer side. I want to jump in though and kind of talk specifically now about Zomboid and the upcoming stable release, because you guys, like you mentioned previously, the blog post went out. It's coming out soon. We're going to be getting stable finally after 2 years. And I have to say, you joined Zomboid in February of this year. Is that correct? Do I have the timeline right?
September of last year is when I officially, my day one,
Okay. So you've been around Zomboid for a while as a player and a mod developer, but you've only just recently joined the development team.
Correct.
How has the development process changed on Build 42 with your arrival? Has it changed at all, or is it still kind of the same, would you say?
I would say it's definitely changed, and that is one of the things that the Indie Stone identified as a need. One of the reasons that I nailed the job was that they wanted to make some changes, and some of that is specifically around the game design side. When you have 20 folks sitting in a call or on a Slack thread, talking about, should barricade be re-implemented into the right click menu, and if so, how should it be done, or where should it be? And it can be hard where you might have 15 people that are like yes, and you have 15 other people that are like no. So a lot of times, just having someone whose role it is and job it is to go, yes, we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. And if it doesn't turn out, then yeah, it's my bad. I'm sorry.
So in a way, you've kind of taken the reins then, almost. Not necessarily from like I'm making all the decisions, but like this is what we're focusing on, it sounds like.
I think so, yeah. Prioritizing features, I think, is a big part of what I've done. And that could be from, sometimes that's from, that doesn't, yes, I would want to change that, but it's not really hurting anything right now. And it, affects a bunch of different systems. So let's just leave that sit for right now. It's not really hurting anybody. It's quirky, and it might, as a designer, might annoy me. For example, like, car battery chargers work one way, but TVs work another way. But that's okay for right now. People grok it. It's okay. But a lot of times it can just come down to, we have 3 different proposals on how to make this better, and they're all equally valid, and they're all good ideas. Which one should we do? So it can be like, cool, let's do it that way. A lot of times, when I'm working with the engineers, they'll give me like, hey, here's the 3 proposals. Like literally this happened the other day. It was like, here's 3 ways I as an engineer see to, tackle this problem. They're kind of all equally valid from a code perspective, but I'm not quite sure which one would be best from a gameplay perspective. And I looked at it and was like, oh, well, this third one it's consistent with the other one, or with this other feature that's similar to it. And I think it would be discoverable to players to have it implemented in this third way. So let's roll with that. So that kind of process, I think, has helped a lot. Being able to kind of, approach things from the 10,000 foot level. A lot of the stuff with like, the right mouse click button was like that, around that. Like even on your oven right now, if you click on the oven, you see on the right hand side of the loot menu, you've got turn off and you've got settings. And though that feature and along with the, kind of loot stuff, the move to floor, that was one of the developers took the initiative and came up with that concept and to put those buttons there, which was really cool. But again, at the time, then that got pulled off of the right mouse click button. Well, if you were used to right mouse click, you might never even look into that lower corner and go, oh, I turn it on and off here. And so in this case, we ended up duplicating it so it's on both. You can right click, you see gray oven, you see turn off, you see settings, but it's also up there on the right hand side. And that's okay that it's in two different places. Some people might like it one way. Another example, using this menu as an example, was in the original implementation, all those buttons were they were oriented on the left side of the UI box. And so if the object had like the turn off in the settings, like this oven does, it would shift the take all and move to floor over to the right to accommodate that. Well, the problem with that is then the buttons weren't always in the same place. So if you're quickly looting and you accidentally opened up an oven and were like take all, take all, take all, well, now turn on was in place of where take all was on. And so people were like accidentally turning on ovens, and it's like, okay, cool, let's pin the interaction buttons over to the right, and that's across the board, fireplaces, ovens, there's a few other things that have that kind of interaction. Pin those over onto the right, and that way the loot buttons are consistently over into the left. Players learn the muscle memory, and now we're good to go. So yeah, those are some. I'm looking at my screen and pointing at it. You can't see me pointing, but I was just inspired by the screen in front of me. But yeah, so that process, and then as well as just a little bit of traditional game development, working with the other directors to have a little more documented and organized pipeline for evaluating when things need to be done, keeping an eye on things like, for example, cooking and nutrition isn't a focus for Build 42. We are planning a cooking and nutrition revamp at a certain point. So, part of my role is, as different suggestions and bug reports came in, it was like, okay, no, we're going to move that into that future bucket of cooking revamp. We're not going to redo the way that cooking recipes work right now, even though we are planning to do a hit on that at some point. So I'm going to move these over into that bucket. And then when it's time to look at that feature, we'll sit down. Like first aid is another example of those kinds of things. Like we're not really touching it now. If there's a big bug or if there's a problem, that we had we had some problem where, everybody was burning eggs because the egg cartons weren't passing on the freezing stuff to the eggs. And so you would pull out a frozen carton, open it, stick in the eggs thinking they were going to have to defrost before they cooked. And then their eggs just instantly burned. And everybody was like, what the hell? I keep burning these eggs. And I was like, we looked at it and the QA team was like, it's, and that's what's fun about development, because I'm trying to look at like, well, the eggs, they seem to cook like normal for me. The ovens are working right. Like, I don't see any problem with eggs. And then one of the QA testers was like, oh, it's because they're pulling them out. It's not actually related to the oven and cooking. It's actually related to their frozen state. So, okay, cool. Yeah, let's fix that. That's an important thing. So, it runs the gambit, but, TIS, I think, learned a lot from Project 42, Build 42 in Project Zomboid. And we're continually looking at improving our processes, improving our pipelines. I think you've probably noticed an uptick in updates over the few months. And also kind of staging things out a little, like when we did the weapons revamp, we did the ammo revamp first. Made sure that was all good to go before we introduced the new weapons. They were split up into two separate patches, both to make sure there wasn't, any huge problems with the ammo, that everything worked good, that it was safe, and that also people weren't confused, right? It's like, all my weapons are different names and there's different ammo and I'm confused and that kind of stuff. So those kind of pipeline processes are a continual improvement, and the team's been really great about putting up with me and working with me on that stuff too.
Well, that is awesome. It's really interesting that you brought up a cooking overhaul, because that's interesting. That's one of my favorite things to do. Is I love making delicious stews. In fact, you can have some of the stew I just made if you would like.
Ooh, yeah.
That's going to be really It's full of calories, and it's also going to make you happy. So.
Oh, well, I don't know if it's going to help with this queasiness that I'm feeling, though. I'm feeling queasy for some reason. I don't know why.
You know, probably the cigarettes. Maybe you're just a little
Yes.
sick. Yeah.
Obviously. Did you put the rat in here? Oh, no, you haven't cooked
No,
the rat
I didn't.
yet.
Oh, I should cook the rat, though. I really should. I wouldn't want to waste the rat. You're so right.
Yeah, don't let him wait. He sacrificed for us. Like.
Yes. That is a good point. I don't actually know if you're able to put the rat into stews.
I think you have to. I don't know if rats can, because they don't make rodent meat. I don't. Do mice? Well, I'm not sure actually.
I might have left the rat in the car. I'll go double check in a moment. Hold on.
Oops, I drank all the stew.
You can have all of it. I already had half of it anyways, so the rest was for you.
Okay.
It's all good. It was tasty though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Very good. Well, again, very interesting you mentioned a cooking overhaul. As you mentioned, it's probably not coming in build 42.20, but I'm curious in general. Is there anything new outside of the reported bug improvements, performance improvements, fixes, multiplayer rework stuff? Is there anything new coming to build 42.20 for the stable release that maybe people can look forward to?
There is a couple surprises that are coming with the stable release. So there are a couple of things. We've been testing them internally with our internal testing group. And we're confident things are going well. Like I said in the blog, barring unforeseen circumstances, that means, barring we find out that, for some reason 42.20 explodes multiplayer, or we have some game crippling error that turns up that we haven't found yet. There's going to be some new content that's going to be launched along with that. We've been testing it internally. It's got really positive feedback from the Friends of the Beta folks that are our group of community members that are amazing in helping us vet this content and look at stuff before it rolls out to everybody else. I'm really excited about it, but if I give any more hints than that, I'm going to be in person with the team and develop in England next week, and they will literally stab me if I give away too much. So I think people are going to be excited about it, and I think it will be a nice. I feel the pain that saves aren't going to make that transition from 419 to 420, and but I think this will go a long way to making up for that, along with just knowing that the game will be stable and there won't be another, an update every, 3 weeks to blow everything up again. So,
well,
for the short term.
It sounds like whatever is coming is going to be massive and really amazing for everybody to try out. So hopefully we'll all be able to enjoy that stuff soon. It's great you brought up, though, of course, that with build 42.20 becoming stable, we're not going to have to worry about our playthroughs coming to an end. So this is going to be great for those on build 41 who haven't played build 42 because they don't want to deal with that, but also for the modding community who now will have a very solid foundation to build upon. And I read in the blog post that you guys are finally going to be releasing updated modding tools for the community as well. Is there anything, any insight you can give us into those tools?
Yeah, I mean, the big, probably not insight as far as, what modders are going to be able to come up with, because modders consistently amaze me with what they build in Project Zomboid. I mean, the Ark recently, right?
I was going to bring that up later on.
Yeah.
I was curious if you've seen that, but...
Oh, amazing. I have not had a chance to play it. I definitely, once 42 stable comes out, I'm going to check it out. I know there's also a lot of modders. I mean, myself, I've got mods on the workshop right now that I am going to update the Choose Your Spawn mod and a couple others. Although my Brilliant Pillows mod got deprecated because Blair implemented a very similar feature, so it's going to live for B41 forever. I know a lot of folks were waiting, modders were waiting for stability, right? Like, you don't want to, spend 3 weeks, working on your mod that, maybe a gun mod, and then, Christian released a new ammunition change, and now all the ammunition files that I set up all, need to have one thing changed in them, and I have to go update 50 files, and then you re-update it again. But from a tool set, the updated World Z, so the mapping tools, but I think the big one is going to be the animation tool, AnimZ, giving more power. I don't work in that space a lot. Obviously, I'm a designer, not an animator.
Sure.
But giving the mod creators more tools to build the content that they want to build. We're always looking for those opportunities. We're going to continue to work on those opportunities. We think about modding as a core fundamental pillar of Project Zomboid. And so when we look at features and how content is organized, modding is part of that decision-making tree. And when we look at, sometimes it may be, in the vanilla, we're like, well, you know what, 3 versions of this, say, a backpack type. 3 versions of this is good because you've got a intro level that the player's going to find, and then they've got a medium one, and then, a late game one, and then we've got visual varieties in there. We don't want to go too crazy. We don't want to have, so many backpacks that everybody's confused about, well, which is the better backpack, and I don't know which one I should have. But, a modder might want to go completely nuts and make, Super Bag 7.0 and have, all these different things. And so, organizing the files and thinking about how modders are going to implement that. I mean, it helps that a good chunk of the team are former modders. Is always something that we keep in the back of the mind. And it's been hard with knowing, like, when we did the localization string changes, I think Choose Your Spawn has broken lope strings in it. I need to go fix that. Like I said, once 42 stable launches. It's like, well, it is an important under the hood change. We need to make it. Let's communicate it out. And we're also working kind of behind the scenes on more resources for them, as far as like documentation, forum discussion places, information. Hopefully, maybe not in the very short term, but looking at some more documentation on like debug tools where people can go and find out information, because that can always be a challenge too, right? Like, how do I find out how to get started on this? At some point, I'd love to, I'm coughing again. I should probably move to the interior of the building.
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Yeah. But information on like best practices. When I first started modding Project Zomboid, some of the mods I opened up and actually looked at, and I saw things that, as a scripter, scripting is my kind of my technical background. I looked at that and I'm like, wait a minute, you're checking this like every tick? Don't check things every tick. Like, you just check them every 10 minutes of in-game time, or, just check it like this. There's a lot of, kind of coding practices or best practices for like, you've probably seen the mods where, it works fine when it's just that mod, but then you add 3 more mods and now all of a sudden your game's running at 2 frames a second, or, you're having conflicts, how to set your mods up in a way that'll have the best way to be compatible with other mods. Because as soon as you get a mod blows up on the workshop, the first thing your comments fills up with are, hey, can you have it work with, I forgot the name, the person that does all the costumes, can it work with the jackets mod? Can you make it work with this mod? And then people start going, can you make it work with this creepy waifu pillow mod? And you're like, I don't know, should I? I don't know about that one, but those kinds of things. And so best practices for, compatibility with other people, because guaranteed, if you have a mod that gets big, the first huge influx of requests are going to be compatibility with all the other big mods.
Yeah. No, that is a headache for sure. There's a couple modders in the chat right now bringing that up too.
Shout out to my modders. I respect what you guys do, and gals. It's amazing.
Is there any specific mods that you love to play with out of curiosity? When you do Zomboid, you have to run them?
Well, I only run vanilla now that I've been hired. It's funny. I used to get that question on Ghost Recon too. Like, what mods do you run? I'm like, well, I have to run vanilla because I'm trying to make your experience better. And if I use a mod to do that, then I will get complacent and it won't annoy me. And so I won't go back to the team and constantly poke them about, why this thing annoys me. So I only run vanilla. Pre getting hired, I had a few different mods. There was the health panel mod where it would pop up with injury on the lower left. That was a cool one. I did run in the previous times. I ran traits explained. I ran my own pillow mod, which is now vanilla behavior, so I don't need to do that anymore. A few of the other ones that I made, like I had a mod where vests or containers, although that one didn't ever really work out very well because the system of wearable containers can be wearable containers that also have armor value doesn't play well together.
Okay.
For a variety of kind of back-end system ways. We might try to address that at some point in the future. But I always and then I did do I ran some of the auto auto loading, some of the auto stuff that was a lot of where things for example, I think I had an auto read mod that would any books in your inventory, it would just queue through them in order and read them. So if you had 50 magazines, you didn't have to individually sit there and right click and right click and right click.
Okay.
Well, if you notice, now you can select a bunch of magazines and just right click and hit read, and it will read them all in order. I put that request. Blair actually implemented that because I was like, hey, I used to run a mod to do this because it's really annoying because I tend to gather up magazines and then sit them down and read them all at once. And it was frustrating to have to sit there and just right click 30 times in a row because if you right clicked before you were done reading the first one, it would cancel that and start reading the second one. And at least I think it did in Build 41. But anyway, usually things like that is what I've run in the past. But my job now is to identify those kinds of things that add friction and bring it to the team and go, hey, is there a way we can improve this for players in general?
Well, that again, I love that you are focused on the player experience, and I guess that does make sense why you would do vanilla in that regard, because then if people come at you constantly saying this mod is amazing, this should just be in the game, then that's great feedback to probably bring to them as a feature that would be super helpful for some.
Yeah, absolutely. Modding, seeing what mods people are running and seeing, besides there's always going to be the mods that, and I'm speaking to any game now, right? The first mod you get on any shooter is, Bill's 8,000 gun mod that has, every gun ever made, in the eternity of humanity, even if it's not appropriate. So we generally don't want to go down that route of 10,000 guns that only gun nerds will, what's the difference between an AK-47M and an AK-47S? I don't understand. This is stupid. We'll leave that to the modders. That is a perfect opportunity for that kind of content. But when there's, a quality of life mod that everybody's like, you need to run this quality of life mod, that's an indicator that's a want from the community and a need from the community. Now, sometimes that's not going to be appropriate, right? Battle milk is not something I'm going to go, well, a bunch of people are using the auto drink system to basically, the auto drink system combined with the bug of milk not expiring to never have to drink or eat food, you know, then that might be addressed in a different way. I'm not always going to make everybody happy. I'm definitely not always going to make myself happy. I love to play with Cat's Eyes, but I had to, you know, I made that design decision to make Cat's Eyes a little more expensive, and then the very next character I created, I was like, who's that asshole that made Cat's Eyes more expensive? And yeah, I have to deal with it too. Another reason to play vanilla.
Oh my gosh. Would you like to hop in the car? I grabbed the last few tools I needed, and
right.
maybe we can go loot the police station?
Yeah, let's do it.
Perfect.
Sorry, I'm sitting here talking and forgetting about looting.
No, you're fine. You're completely... In fact, I did the looting for you. You said you're long blunt. Guess what I got for you?
Oh, ooh.
I got you one of these if you would like it. Right under your feet.
Oh, nice.
Found that in a random box.
Awesome.
I love the crowbar. So you're team long blunt versus axe, I guess?
Well, yes. Over axe, I'm team long blunt. In general, the way I run now is I tend to run long blunt on my back. If I can get it, a nightstick on my belt, and I carry both so that when I'm looting inside, I can switch to short blunt with the garbage bag in my right hand.
Okay.
And throw my loot in there, and that way, if I get into a tight location, I can just drop the garbage bag. I can, you know, whack them with the nightstick if I need to. But if I get into really heavy, I can get into, you know, drop the garbage bag and switch back to long blunt. And then, of course, also, you know, after the power goes out in the back room, I can run the nightstick with the flashlight.
Yep.
But yeah, again, you know, I think I mentioned it earlier. I never, ever want to accidentally put in holes into that beautiful military jacket or, you know, an amazing pair of leather pants. And you know, I save my axes for cutting down trees. Ooh, speaking of axes.
Would you like that? You want to loot that?
Ooh,
we can take a look. It's not that bad. We can clear this. This is no problem.
Yeah.
Little firefighter zomboids going by.
I'm a little slow with my depression because something is, well, my smoking and everything is making me sad.
I can pull for you if you need.
I'm okay right now.
Okay.
They're all on you anyway.
They do like me.
Pulled them on.
Yeah, they do prefer me, it seems. But that's okay. That's par for the course. Me and them, we have a very love-hate relationship.
I love that I'm still wearing a mask while I'm bitten. Well, I guess corpse sickness is still... work boots and firefighter clothes.
This is a random thought I've actually had. But I've noticed in the past, sometimes when I'm fighting like a hazmat zomboid or like a zombie wearing a mask, and then they bite me somehow, it's like, damn. Have you guys thought about making it so if a zombie is wearing a mask, they cannot get a bite on you?
That's not a bad idea. We'll definitely put that. It's funny because there are some things like that implemented. Like actually, if zomboids have their ears ripped off, it affects their hearing.
Wait, they can have their ears ripped off?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you actually look on their head models, sometimes they'll have their you know, chunks, like sides of their head ripped off, and their ears will be gone, and that actually affects their hearing. You know, based on the sandbox settings, it'll downgrade their hearing, I think, to the next level down, and you can actually end up with some deaf zombies because of that, where they actually won't hear you at all until you get within like one tile behind them. But that would be actually a pretty interesting gameplay experience where I think they did that at Walking Dead, like in the prison. They had some zombies in like riot helmets, and they couldn't take them down, but the zombies couldn't bite them back, and so they were just in this like push contest with like these Zeds that couldn't bite them. Yeah, it'd be definitely interesting. it's always fun to evaluate stuff like that as a designer, because then you have to think about all the bug reports that we're going to get of like, I ran into this zombie and he kept trying to bite me and he couldn't bite me and this game is broken, and you're like, it's because he had a mask on. Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well, we got 27 bugs filed on it last night.
That's you just shocked everybody in my chat, by the way. No one knew that was a thing.
I learned it when I was there was a little while where there was a bug where zombies you couldn't hear like the interior breathing. It got muted for some reason, and I kept in my playtest. I kept running into this Zed that was seemingly deaf, and I'm like, is there a bug with every once in a while I run into his head and they don't hear me. And Blair was like, were their ears ripped off? And I looked at the screenshot when I filed the bug, and I was like, yeah? And he's like, yeah, of course they can't hear you. Their ears are ripped off. And I was like, what? Really? So, I mean, I am still constantly surprised at the depth of the systems that are built into Project Zomboid. I still run into things all the time that I'm like, wow, I can't even, comprehend, like, coming in from the AAA side. No producer would ever sign on, I'm going to spend 2 years building out this system that allows, that kind of in-depthness. Yeah, it's awesome.
I can't even imagine, because on an indie too, I mean, to be fair, this game has been in development for what, over a decade? It's been insane.
Yeah, a little over a decade. I think it's coming close to 15 years now. Yeah, it's been a while.
Well, while we're on that subject and just fighting some zombies around here at the front of the police station, with it being in development for so long, you joining the team, Build 42 stable coming out soon, I'm curious if the roadmap at all for the future of the game has shifted, because obviously once you guys have polished out the stable release and it's in the area you want, I'm assuming a lot of the focus is going to be Build 43. Is the big ticket item for Build 43 still going to be NPCs, or have you guys adjusted things a little bit?
Well, the roadmap has definitely shifted. There's things that have shifted in the roadmap. Some of that is things that didn't get fully, as fleshed out in B42 as, we hoped, or didn't come together to work out the way we wanted it to, and need some additional polish or additional expansion. Things I mentioned already, first aid needs a pass, electrical needs a pass, even some of the existing skills like pottery or glass making need additional work. As far as, NPCs are still the big roadmap ticket item. But I think, JS3T, baby.
You found a JS3T?
Yep.
Ooh.
He doesn't have any shotgun shells. He has a bulletproof vest. I don't really.
I'm inside right now. We can check all of them for keys and get into the armory and probably get tons of ammo.
I got a nightstick and a JS3. Do you want the shotgun? Does that
I won't say no.
All right. I'm going to give you the shotgun.
All right.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, I love the tactical shotgun and the tactical sniper rifle. Were I won't say it was my idea, because the team members already came up with that. Like, hey, can we make tactical versions? I'm like, well, can you just make the stock black? I'll take care of the rest. Let's do it. Anyway, back to your original question. NPCs are a big planning thing to look at how those are going to work. What does NPCs mean in the grand scheme of things? One of the other things we're going to be looking at in the future, whether it be Build 43 or a different version is looking at zombie migration. Can we get some more, kind of that feeling of, I've cleared out my base, and I gotta reattach. I unattached the. Hold on. can we get sort of more of that kind of horde feel of migrating hordes, or that feeling of a big wave might come through the base without doing it in a gamey way, doing it in a Project Zomboid way, and that's one of the important things. When we look at NPCs, it's not about dropping in some scripted people that run around and do pre-scripted things just so that we can say there's NPCs there. That's not the way that we want to do it. If we do it, we want to do it to the legacy that Project Zomboid has built, and to the depth that Project Zomboid has built. So that'll definitely be one of the things that I'm going to be working on.
Well, I'm excited to see what the NPCs end up becoming, and I can understand why you would want to take your time with that feature, because that is something people have been wondering about for a long time. I mean, there's been many members of the community as well who have made their own NPC mods, like for example Slayer, Superb Survivors, things like that in the past. But I guess when you think about creating NPCs vanilla, it sounds like you just want to make sure they integrate everything into the systems already there in the game.
Yeah, I think the key. I mean, NPCs, and what we're talking about is AI that represent humans, and AI is, having worked on AI in a variety of games, it is not an easy thing. It is not a little thing. I remember I joked in after Takedown shipped, and some of our biggest critiques were around AI and how they worked. The next game I actually shifted over to was a game where all the enemies were robots, because I was like, I can just have AIs that every enemy just does one thing, and that's all they do, and it can be natural because they're robots, and then nobody will critique them for doing things that look stupid, right? We as humans have an innate understanding of what humans should do, and what they should act like, and how they should do things, and so having AI and NPCs that are an integral part of the world and react to the world the same way that they would react to you. They're not on just a trigger that, player enters, 50 meters within AI. Now their AI, activates, and they, walk to player, give dialogue tree, whatever, scripted things that you would do in more of an open world game. But I think the challenge, and one that I think both the team and I are excited about taking on, is doing it the Project Zomboid way. I don't think any player wants to have, scripted AI that are gonna, on day 6, Joe shows up and everybody's run, and Joe says, hey, could you help me? I have rats in my basement. Could you please come clean out my rats, and I will give you 3 cheeseburgers, right? That's not what they want to see. And that's going to be an organic process, of trying things and implementing them, and getting obviously the team's feedback first, and then greater people, and it's going to be a building block process, and I'm excited about it, and intimidated by it at the same way. AI and Ghost Recon are nothing compared to the amount of lifting that the AI in Project Zomboid are going to need to do. And we had full-time developers on Ghost Recon that's all they did, was build enemy AI and squad AI. And we have AI that could potentially need to work as enemy AI. They could potentially need to work as squad AI. They need to work as lore people. They need to interact with the world. They may need to hold up. They need to be happy. They need to be sad. They need to be scared. They need to be hurt. All of these things need to be encompassed within this. So I think it was the right decision for the Indie Stone to not try to just tack on AI onto Build 42 or NPCs onto Build 42 just so they could check a box. And that's not my plan to do either. So yes, it is still on the roadmap. Yes, it is planned. What form that takes, I'm being relatively speculative here. So, whoever's recording this and comes back in 5 years and like, Christian said, on Beaver's stream that they were going to get sad and they don't get sad. Like, oh crap, I forgot about that. Yeah. Whatever it may be, but that's my goal, and, game development reaches reality. It hits, performance and optimization and all sorts of challenges. But we want to make them the best that they can be.
Again, I can only imagine the challenge it's going to be to try and get everything integrated exactly the way you would want in a game like this where it's so dynamic. But I also love that you guys don't really want to script anything too. You want to make sure whatever happens, it's just impromptu. It feels natural. Because I think one of my personal worries is with NPCs and the mods I've tried out, they feel so phoned in at times where it's like you can easily tell, oh my god, it's going to do this, or even worse, it's going to be just extremely buggy and you don't understand what's happening and it takes you out of the experience. And for me, part of the reason I like Zomboid so much is the atmosphere and the vibe in single player, knowing I'm the only one out here right now. Like, no one else is there. So I'm sure when NPCs drop, there's going to be a lot of customization and sandbox options as well. But I just love that you guys are taking into account all of this related to whether it be chatting with NPCs, maybe doing quests for NPCs, maybe building parties or whatever. But it's so interesting to get your take on that, because I know a lot of people are excited for NPCs.
Yeah, and the thing I would caution to temper or caution folks to think about is that every single person that's listening to this, when they think about what NPCs in Zomboid means, likely has a different interpretation of what that means and what that is. I may have just like really offended someone that was like, well, I want Joe to come up and tell me that, he needs 17 rats killed, because I love doing that in Fallout, or I love doing that in, Elder Scrolls or whatever it may be. And, there potentially could be, some scripted actions, but, like you said, when systems break down, to take you out of that immersive experience, that's when, that's what we don't want to get into. And, being respectful of players that, there's players that also, they've been playing Project Zomboid with no NPCs, and they like that I never can say this word, but like the nihilism of, being the last person on Earth and everyone else is dead. And, I personally kind of, sometimes I like that. Sometimes I mainly because I'm barricading my base against bandits that I, intellectually know may never come, but I'm still building shooting ports to just in case. But having, like you said, those sandbox options, the game still needs to work without them. If they all die, or if a player just, disables them through sandbox, or, potentially, someone wants to make a role player server with no NPCs. We still have to support those various different things. So it's always a balancing act, and it's always, trying to find, again, a way for things to organically fit into the gameplay systems, to where the gameplay systems can still function either without them, or, a player that, you couldn't gate, for example, you couldn't do some kind of RPG thing to go like, well, you have to befriend 20 NPCs to get your charisma to a certain level before you can, up your first aid skill, because a player might just shoot all the NPCs in the head right off the bat and then go, why can't I level my first aid? Oh, well, you had to make friends with NPCs in order to do that. Oops.
That's going to happen, by the way.
Screwed. Yeah, it would absolutely happen.
Did you do that alarm?
Oh, no, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was me again. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Every car I touch has an alarm, Serellan. I don't know why this is I just wanted to get a bandage. This is... where are you at right now?
I'm right at the entrance to the station. I was actually looking for a bandage to change my dirty bandage.
Oh, well, I have one right now. I can drop it on this dirty ground next to all the dried blood, if you would like. Here. Oh, that's peanuts. Hold on. Wait. Bandage right there. I'll cover you if you need to go ahead and take a moment.
Let me just check my bite. It might have healed by now.
It may have healed.
Yeah. Oh no, it's massively infected. Okay. Oh, I have alcohol wipes. I should probably... I'll disinfect it. That'll take care of any infection that might be.
I think there was disinfectant in the ambulance too if you need it.
Oh yeah, I'll sterilize my bandage with it, which will heal that bite right up.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you find an antibiotic, that might help too. Since we already had the alarm go off, I'm just gonna...
I was gonna say, the alarm went off anyway. You might as well rock and roll a little bit.
Yeah. The first shot with the shotgun jammed a little bit, by the way, but that's okay.
Pump guns actually do jam in real life. It's a myth that they don't.
Really?
They do, yeah. If you short stroke them, i.e., if you have a low, I guess this would be low reloading skill in real life, or they can be pump shotguns can be very ammunition picky, where they don't like certain like there's different lengths between like European and American shells, or high wall or short wall. I'm kind of a gun nerd, so.
Well, it makes sense. You do have a military background, so.
Yes, I do.
But I did not know that. That's interesting to know. Do bolt guns jam?
Not really as much. I mean, theoretically you can. It's usually user error at that point in real life. If you get a bolt gun jam,
You've been like trying to make it happen.
Yeah, but lever guns and pump guns, it's usually just it's called short stroking. It's when you don't work the action quite all the way, and the shell kind of gets halfway there, and then you close it before it's done. It'll lock itself.
Sorry, the zomboids are very loud right now. They are groaning up
they
a
are
storm.
incredibly loud.
Yes. Oh my gosh, they nearly got me. Their skulls are very strong as well. They are not caving in, unfortunately. The hammer is made of foam, perhaps. If you want, we can try to go back to the house. I mean, I got tons of ammo and guns if you would like some.
Yeah, we can head back.
Okay.
Let me finish off these couple.
Sounds good. I'll get the car ready. Oh, I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up. People are saying, though, that you could just simply press Q to get the cure for your bite if it's a problem.
Oh, that's true. I like to press Q to say hi. That was my intro to the community, so...
I remember that. I was actually reading that last night, again, to prepare for today.
Right, I'm in.
Perfect. We'll drive home. I have to ask this, and again, I don't want to get you in trouble with the rest of the dev team, so if you can't answer... Feel free to say, I can't answer. But with build 42.20 going stable sometime towards the end of the summer, when do you likely think we'll see news about build 43?
I mean, I can't really give an answer on that, but don't expect it in the very short term.
Okay.
You know, once we you know, there's folks... I will say this: there are folks working on future versions of Project Zomboid, mainly from a foundational standpoint, engine improvements, such like that right now. But the gameplay implementers right now, and that's not really a technical term, but the folks that have been kind of hands in, like doing a lot of the both multiplayer and single player, little interact. I don't want to say little either because a lot of them are big, but a lot of that, kind of player facing stuff in the short term. They've just been so heads down for the past few months, just really cranking stuff out. They need a little bit of time to kind of process, see where we're at. We need to do a. We are planning a support update for Build 42. Some of that's going to be optimization. Some of that's going to be, looking at some of the features that didn't get fully implemented in build 42 that we still want to include that shouldn't that won't break saves and stuff that we can put in, and also some of the late game stuff. The late game testing hasn't got as much testing from the community or playing from the community because we've been updating and putting new things out, and people start new builds. And so except for a lot of the people that are doing those things on purpose, like I'm going to max out blacksmithing, or I'm going to do this one thing, we haven't had a lot of organic feedback of like, oh, I hit this point where I wanted to, I killed all these animals and I wanted to, make leather coats, but then I ran into, this blocker, and you're like, oh, like for example, I literally ran into an example like that the other day where I used all my wooden rods to make plant drying stuff to dry corn, and then I killed a bunch of animals, and I was like, cool, I want to make a fur hat. Oh, I used all my wooden rods to make plant drying racks, but I need a leather drying rack, but I don't have any wooden rods to make the leather drying rack. Do I really want to go just start cutting down trees? Why can't I just take apart my plant drying rack and make a leather drying rack? So like those kinds of things are the kind of things that you get from organic gameplay that you might not get from someone just going like, yeah, I tried to do this and this and this, or trying to find the optimum, like, how can I get carving to level 10 as fast as I can? Oh, the most, best way to do it is to, pump out 10,000 spoons. But maybe the person that's like, hey, I wasn't really trying to ramp carving, but, maybe, I just really wanted to, carve baseball bats, and that was like way beyond my stuff. So, okay, should there be something that's like baseball bats that's, lower in the skill tree, or maybe baseball bats aren't in the right place as far as, what unlocks them. Or we run into, again, with systems working together, right? Like, you can have a situation where, a certain item is integral to a tech tree, but then, you spawn in Echo Creek and that certain item isn't there. Like, what do you do? Like, well, do you go on a road trip, or, is it available through crafting in different ways? Like the wooden rod situation, my mind instantly goes to like, okay, I can carve them from saplings and I can get them out of broomsticks. But is there other ways that I can get wooden rods? Like, is there a way to make it make sense with carving and with planks or something like that? Yeah, those kinds of things for that stable update.
Well, it's interesting you bringing that up, because there are some people immediately shouting out examples of that exact thing, with the biggest one being nails. People would love more info on that, and I guess some adjustments on that front, especially when they're doing wilderness focused runs. They can't really do any crafting without going into town and getting nails early on.
Yeah, wilderness runs are they're a special kind of challenge, right? Because I can't just go and go, hey, everybody doesn't have nails, can we increase nail spawning by 20%, or could we increase furniture spitting out nails by X? So we have to, wilderness runs or limited runs, or those kinds of challenges bring in their own special set of challenges, and whether it be a crafting, and please everybody don't take what I'm saying as like gospel feature promises, but as a designer you would look at, okay, so what are ways to address this, right? So if I say like, okay, cool, fine, you can hammer nails out of metal sheets. If you have hammer and you have metalworking and a certain skill, you can make nails out of metal sheets. Well, that doesn't help a wilderness run, because how do you get the metal sheets, or how do you level up welding? You can't level up welding without things to weld. So working through those processes of like, well, does it mean that we put more stuff into the forging? menus? Does it mean that we look at alternate crafts capabilities? Do we look at wooden dowel? Like the I'll stop my. I know that some cultures in the past like built all their furniture out of like IKEA dowels because they didn't have a lot of metal. So like all their furniture was dowels, and you drill a hole and put the dowel in and glue it together, right? Are there alternate ways to build things that instead of you can't as a designer just go like, okay, more nails. Everybody said there's not enough nails. Put more nails in. You have to look at it across the board. And wilderness runs are one of those. We definitely definitely was a. It is a. How should I say this? Like a specific thing that we do take into account. To the detriment of some of my team members who are like, oh, we solved the problem. And I'm like, well, that doesn't solve it for the wilderness runners. I wasn't, but you also, people also need to grok that as like specifically for me as a designer. And I said this in the Duck interview. I have to think about, by the time someone's doing a wilderness run, they're generally probably a pretty super hardcore player. And I have to think about not only the hardcore veteran players, like us that play all the time and we know these systems and we understand it. But I also have to think about the new players and then kind of the mid-level players that maybe they play Zomboid an hour a week or an hour a month. And they like, I just can't. I played this a month ago. Wait, what was I doing? Where am I? Like,
Right.
Coming back into things, trying to make things work for all of those players. If I only think about the hardcore players, then I'd be like, well, that's the way the UI works, and it works fine for everybody that knows how it works. So I don't need to worry about new players anymore. But I do have to think about those people. I have to think about people that they open up the game and they like, are just completely confused. And how do we deal with that? Although that's part of the PZ experience, to be completely confused and die a lot and then learn.
That is indeed the experience. Everybody starts out with their first run surviving maybe 4 hours and then being like, what did I just play? So yeah, that's very fair.
Yeah. Or me, elbow the first car window that you run into and then bleed out, trying to figure out what, wait.
Oh, I didn't know I was bleeding. That's what that red stuff coming out of me is?
Yeah. What is that red stuff coming out? What's that heartbeat sound? What's going on? It always makes me laugh because that always makes me think of the movie. There's this movie, Last Action Hero, where Arnold Schwarzenegger got beamed from being like he was a movie character that got beamed into the real world. And he actually does that. He walks up to a window and he punches it out with his fist. And then he's like, oh my God, that hurts. And I think Project Zomboid has a good thing of like, yeah, this is a video game, but you're not a superhero. Like, you watch people do it all the time in like first run. They see some zombies, they beeline straight to them. Okay, I'll just wipe out these 20 guys, and then I'll find a shotgun and start. Oh, wait, I'm dead. What? And that's always satisfying to watch.
Well, really quick, because I know we're coming up on the time that we said we agreed upon.
I've been talking too much. I'm sorry. I burned up all the time.
No, you're fine. Listen, this is what we were here for. We wanted to have a conversation with you. I did have a couple more questions that I didn't necessarily get a chance to get to. Are you okay staying a little bit longer, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
amazing. Good. I'll try to go.
I have no idea. We've already been doing this for almost 3 hours.
This is what I said to my chat before I started the stream. I was like, this stream is probably going to fly by. And yeah, I look at the clock and it's like, oh, we said we were going to stop around 10:30. But like, if you're willing to go a little bit longer, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm sure we would all appreciate it. I don't want to be greedy though. I'm sure you're very busy. I'm sure it's getting late for you. So I'll rapid fire this, I guess, with our final little bit. But before we do that, do you want to come over to the dining room?
Yeah. I've just been standing here talking and getting queasy.
You're fine. Let me know, by the way, if you're...
I'm at nauseous.
Oh.
I'm sure, yeah, that's okay. I'm sure I'll be good.
No, it's fine. Did you have, like, something bad to eat earlier?
Oh, Beautiful. It is
Yes.
amazing.
I laid out all of the guns and ammo we collected from the police station.
Here, just as the coup de grace. Wait. Hold on. Stay there for a second.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll stay.
Don't go anywhere. I got a surprise to go with it.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay, wait. I have to go out to the car. It's in the
You're
car.
fine.
I'll be right back.
You go to the car. I'll stay. Do you want me to light the fire? Because I was thinking of lighting this.
Yeah. That'll
Okay.
be nice mood.
That'll tie it all together. I actually ran off while you were chatting. I drove all the way out to the police station just to get a matchbox, and I nearly died like twice.
That's hilarious. I'm standing there just talking to myself in the kitchen by myself. Bottle open.
I'll
So
wait right
quiet,
here.
dark. So
It is
dark.
getting a little spooky out, but again, we're so safe inside this building now. We have all the barricades up.
It's cozy.
It is.
Oh.
Today must be your lucky day, boss.
Do that, and then where did I put? Wait, where did I put it? What? I constantly lose things.
I am the
My
same way.
ADD.
I drop things in a box, and I tell myself, okay, I'm going to put this here. I come back a day later when I need it. Where did I put it?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. Well, did I drop it? Hold on.
What were you
Back
trying to
over-
get, if you don't mind me asking? Is it meant to be a surprise?
Yeah, well, I had a nice, beautiful wine glass, and I was going to pour you a glass. I gave that away, but that's okay. Hold on. I'm going to do this.
Oh my god, Serellan, I think it's on the table right now.
Oh, is it? Okay. I was in the middle of placing it. Well, hold on. Yeah, I must have clicked place. Yeah, there it is. There, okay. Pick that up. Oh, and of course I put it in my backpack. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. Put that into transfer liquid, which now auto defaults to actually transferring the liquid instead of not.
A nice
That was
update.
That was a community suggestion, and it was like, it was one of those like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Why? Oh, I drank it. Ah, no. Hold on. Ah. Okay, wait. I'll refill it. I got more. I'm gonna
That's okay.
put that back. I double clicked.
Do you have a second wine glass? Do you want to like drink together, or?
Well, I just drank some, so there we go. There
Okay.
is yours. It's just got beer in it because apparently. Oh wait, I'm gonna replay.
Wait, what's that? Are you okay?
I tried to place it, and it was trying to walk into you. Okay,
Okay.
There we go.
I've
There
noticed
is
that
your-
happening a little bit. When I go to place something, it wants to auto walk to like a square over.
Yeah, it's trying to get to it's the auto walk. It's detecting that you're just, especially when you're catty corner on a tile. It's trying to walk and align you to actually put that. It's so that you can do it from far away, but sometimes it gets a little wonky.
Okay. Is that something you guys are working on, I guess, or is that like
It'll
just
be
kind
on
of-
the list. Yeah,
Okay.
it's on the list.
It's on the list. All right. Well, thank you so much for the delicious drink. If you want to sit down, we can continue our conversation. And if you're getting nauseous, I mean, I don't know how you feel about turning into a zomboid, but maybe at the end we can put you out of your misery and bury you.
Be
I
good.
actually found a shovel.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Classic. It's classic.
We can.
It wasn't staged. We didn't stage it, everybody. I literally got bit on accident, and yeah.
That was not. So I'll say this: the original ending I was going to have is I was going to have an admin spawn in like 100 zombies in front of our base, and we would just go down fighting. But this is even better. So
I think it is. It's apropos.
yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Would you like to be cremated or buried? Because I got a shovel just to bury you, but we can do either.
You got to go with burying. So
Okay.
my original run back in Build 41 when I first started, I didn't know that you actually. It took me a while to learn that you, if you just hit new character, it started a new character in the same world. So it was like a total surprise to me when I ran across one of my old characters. And from then on, it was a mission in life. Every time I died and started a new character, I would have to track down my old character, put them out of their misery, put them in the trunk, drive them back, and then how they died I placed a little thing on their grave based on how they died. Um,
That's kind of
uh,
cute.
yeah, yeah. So some of them would, like the ones I accidentally burned, set myself on fire, and have a little lighter, something like that. If they went down in melee combat, I'd put a baseball bat on their grave, and I think I had like 20. The graves got so built. I was down on the old Twiggies at the old Twiggies bar, or not Twiggies, the Rusty Round, the bar at the south of Muldraugh. I had to expand my gated area to make room for more graves.
Dude, I typically, whenever I die, I just start a new world. I'm not personally a fan of going in.
Yeah, that's what I do now. Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
do now.
Because another issue too is like if it's midday or like getting nighttime, I spawn in, especially late in a playthrough. It's like powers off. I'm in this random building. It's cold. It's dark. It's like I would rather just start a brand new playthrough at that point. But
Yeah.
that's very funny. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna shoot off a couple questions. If you want to kind of rapid fire the answers, if you want to be a little bit quicker on them, that's completely fine with me. But if you want to go into detail, that's also okay. To go back really quick on Build 42's unstable development cycle, obviously there's been a lot of updates and changes throughout the 2 years it's been in the works. I'm curious, though, is there anything that you guys were working on that maybe you loved, you were experimenting with it, but inevitably, for one reason or another, just didn't make the cut?
Yeah, a few different things. I'd say one easy take is kind of the expansion of the workstation concept. So while workstations as a feature is implemented, the idea behind that system is that it would allow interactions of different ways with different things. For example, an espresso machine, the soda machine, various different things like that, so that we could use that workstation interaction system to have interacting with soda dispensers be more like interacting. You don't walk up to a soda dispenser, soda selling machine and just open it and take sodas out. You put money into it and things come out. So looking at those tile interactions across the board of things that players that should be interactable but aren't. That's one of the big things that kind of didn't, dealing with the challenges with workstations and crafting and interaction and all that didn't get as fleshed out as we wanted it to. That'll ideally be addressed in the future.
Okay. I remember reading that in a blog post a long time ago. I remember seeing like a mock version of what that might be, specifically with the vending machine, where it was like you see like a keypad and you have to type in the number and then insert a dollar. So that's what you're talking about there with that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think there is a prototype somewhere. That was one of the early prototypes that was done to explore that system. And again, not saying that it'll be this way or that way, but things like potentially keypads on security doors, where you could potentially find instead of having to find a key, you find the a notepad in the cops loot inside that building that has the keypad and interacting with it that way. So there's a few different varieties. Like an espresso machine, I don't actually understand how espresso machines really work, but however espresso machines work, so you can add your foam and do fancy little things like that. Expanding on that is one thing that didn't get into Build 42.
Understood. Well, another thing that I'm personally interested in, obviously Indie Stone, they've been working on Zomboid forever. All right, they've been doing it for years and years and years. But I've noticed over the last few years, you guys have been slowly branching out a little bit. You've been doing some merch through Makeshift. You've been doing some collaborations with other games, specifically Terraria, having Spiffo in Terraria. And I'm just curious if that's something players are going to continue seeing in the upcoming future, and maybe even some developments into things outside of gaming. Have you guys considered like a Project Zomboid TV show or like a comic book series or anything like that?
It's funny, we get asked that a lot, and actually, I mean, I'll put my marketing hat. We actually announced a Steam bundle with RimWorld yesterday. So if you don't have either, you can get 20% off both RimWorld and Project Zomboid. But you know, one of the cool things about TIS is they are truly independent, right? As my character Cross. You know, so you know they, you know, the founders that own and run the company, you know, have the power to do those things. And if you don't think that Project Zomboid has not been approached by, you know, people that want to do merch and stuff like that in the past, or cross collaborations, it absolutely has happened. But I will say that, you know, they're very protective of, you know, trying to make sure that anything like that, it respects, you know, Project Zomboid as, you know, as an entity that's been created both by them and with, you know, alongside the community that stuck with it so long. And, you know, so anything like that would be relatively conservative. There are some maybe things like the Terraria crossover that we may be seeing in the mid future. I won't say near future. But you know, it's definitely things that are on the table. There's been people that have been interested in above it. I can't give any specifics, obviously. But you know, it would be really cool. I think Zomboid. I think one of the things that was really fascinating to me was sitting down with, you know, the founders in England and talking to them, you know, and professing to me, Zomboid is up in those, you know, high tier impacts as a zombie fan. I love zombie content. I love zombie movies. I always have. I'm kind of down in the dregs of the bottom of Amazon Prime of oh, I should watch this new zombie movie. Oh, it's one of those that's like a student film filmed on a iPhone. Oh gosh, this is so terrible. And then of course, you know, devastated by things well, I shouldn't call people out and say negative things, but maybe some Hollywood productions of big things, of maybe like a book that you read that you're like, what is this? But so I want to be respectful of that. But you know, when I talk to them about the impact that Zomboid had on me as a player, not just as a designer, but me as a player, and the world that's been created, it's bigger than just an isometric zombie game. You know, Spiffos and the lore and the background, this is a real world that's been created by this team. And you know, I guess I'll go back to the key point of, you know, wanting that anything like that, you know, external stuff, always want to be respectful of that legacy that the team created.
I think that's amazing, quite frankly, that you guys are so committed to protecting and making sure it's authentic if you were to do a project like that, because like you mentioned, this is an incredible world you guys have built, the amount of lore. Another thing that I love about this game too, speaking on the lore, it is the type of lore where if you don't care about the lore and the storyline, you don't have to touch it at all. You can ignore all the TV shows, you can ignore the flyers, you can ignore everything and just play the game, or you can be an insane collector and you can go after every single brochure, read all the random notes in the game, check out and find all the random radio broadcasts that play on the radios, and that's something that I personally love, and that's part of the reason I play Zomboid so much this day, is just building out my own little characters and kind of just seeing how they fare in these worlds. So I love that. I think a lot of people, based on the chat reaction, would love a TV show or a movie of Zomboid. So if you ever want to do that, you let them know that we would love that. But of course, at your own pace, if ever.
Hollywood, call me, but it's got to be the right thing.
Well, another question really quick, and this will be my last one personally before I open up questions from the viewers, and we'll kind of wrap it up there. A console version of Zomboid. That is something, whenever I play Zomboid and I'm streaming, One of the most common questions. Can I get this on Xbox? Can I get this on PlayStation? I always have to tell them, no, sadly. No.
No.
Will we ever see Zomboid on console?
I want to say, so there's two answers to that. One, there's the technical aspect of the code base and the way the code is built do have some barriers to console. The game was built with Java and Lua, so there's some intricacies with how the consoles work just on a fundamental level that would take some engineering, some engineering work. There would take quite a bit of engineering work. It's not the case of like press console button, export to PlayStation or anything like that. So there would be technical hurdles. There's also the consideration that has to be taken into account of when would be the right time to do that? Is it 1.0? Is it right before 1.0? It's not something, again, coming back to, respecting our fire went out.
Oh, I'll fix that.
Respecting the legacy of the work. We have no desire to, just do a port of some game built in Unreal Engine that has a Zomboid label on it that is actually just a completely different game that kind of looks like it, right? I think if we were to do a console version, I'm not ruling it out, and I'm not ruling it like saying, November, it'll be on Xbox Live. I know that's kind of vague, but that's, I think, the best answer that I can give.
So, just to kind of, because that was a lot for some people, just to recap,
sorry.
essentially. No, you're fine. It's something you guys would love to do. It's just a matter of, it's a lot of work. It's not as simple as people would imagine. And it's also just got to be done the right way.
Yeah. I think that sums it up pretty well. Absolutely.
Perfect. So maybe one day, and I'm assuming that also ties into mobile, maybe one day a mobile version, if we can...
Yeah, it would be, having the same constraints, right? Obviously, there's, I have to stop myself as a developer and start getting into mobile. Like, what do you mean by mobile? Which platform? Which how deep?
No, understood.
How much RAM is in your phone?
5, I think, maybe. No, that makes perfect sense to me. Understandable, because I've kind of understood that. I've tried to explain to people that idea where it's like, you're not making this in something like Unity where you can basically press a couple buttons and it spits out a console version. It would have to be what some people in chat have said a moment ago, kind of like a Minecraft Bedrock moment where it's like, you have to redo almost everything to get it to run on the console, essentially.
Yeah, there's some fundamental, underlying technological standpoint, but I mean, even if for the controller players out there, when I started working on, well, I didn't do it. Our amazing engineers started working on the controller rework in January, based on we had some fundamental changes to the aiming system from B41, so we needed to adapt the controller to adapt that. Then that led to other things, and people weren't happy with that. And then it kind of led into, finally, at a certain point, I was just like, we just need to do fully customizable controllers, because we're not going to get this to a state that like makes everybody happy. Because one of the challenges with Zomboid is it doesn't fit a mold, right? You can't just go out and say, if you're making a shooter tomorrow, you can go out and be like, hey, should we go with the Call of Duty control scheme or the Halo control scheme? Which one should we use? Right. You can't do that with Project Zomboid. You have to think about all the different interactions, all the different ways. Like, if someone, went, ported Arma to consoles and was like, oh, I'm just gonna, implement all the Arma controls onto a console controller, like that in and of itself was a huge lift that I'm very I don't want to name people just because I don't know if they want to be named. I try not to, but the engineer that took the lead and the tester that took the lead on channeling the community feedback and giving feedback, they really busted their asses on that controller stuff and really got it into shape in just a few months. So I'm really thankful to them. But that's like a tiny microcosm of the work to get it onto consoles.
Well, thank you so much for a peek behind the hood, and thank you again for all your work on controller, because I'm sure the Steam Deck players adore it. Been a lot of people recently saying they love playing on Steam Deck, so no, that's amazing. And options, of course, in any game is great. If I can play on controller, if someone doesn't like keyboard and mouse for whatever reason, having the option is just good right there.
Yeah.
So, Serellan, I want to go ahead. I don't know if you have my chat open and how you want to do this, but
I didn't because I was worried about I'm watching our fire and talking to you. Like, I keep forgetting that there's other people listening to us.
it's been great to just kind of lock in. I've been
hey, we're on the internet.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello.
Hold on, let me mute you. Oh, there's lag time.
Oh, it might be a little bit delayed. It might be like a couple seconds.
That's okay. Now I see the chat.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you kind of take over. If you have a question that you see in chat that you want to answer, feel free, but I would love if we can alternate, because there are some questions I got yesterday from people who aren't able to join today that I think would be good to mix in. If you want to kind of rapid fire them so we can get through as many as possible, I would love that, Serellan. So feel free. If you see a question you want to answer in the chat right now, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just grab the first one that was up. So, Carlos Vacos, have you ever seen anything about introducing extreme weather events, such as blizzards and heat waves? Yes, I have thought about that extensively. And one of the things I'd like to do in the future, it's kind of a broader thing, but look at some of the sandbox options to introduce some more extreme things into that. They could lead into potential new game modes. I know, again, some modders have done some really cool stuff with weather events, and I think there's some underlying systems that would need to be done to support that. But I'd love to play with some crazy weather stuff, even crazier than you can get now.
Awesome. Crazy weather would be lit. On my end, I have a question from Derp, who actually is in the chat right now, but they ask, what games or game genres do you like playing outside of Zomboid?
Oh, that's a good question. So I used to be a super hardcore tactical shooter player. I grew up on shooters and RTSs was kind of my bread and butter. I play shooters less now. I mainly play shooters on console, mainly because when I had to make the shift as a designer to shooters on console, I got used to playing with shooters on console, and now shooters on PC feel weird for me. And I am definitely stuck between how much time I can get to my own playtime, because I also have to play with my son. I was just playing Helldivers with him yesterday, and he was calling me a noob. I was playing on Xbox, and he was on PC, and he was talking smack, and I was like, bro, like, I was literally doing this before you were even a twinkle in your parents' eyes. But anyway, I still really like Fallout 4. I love to get back in. I manage the same damn settlements I've been managing forever, and I go on loot runs in Fallout 4, even though I know it's pointless. I don't need any more stuff. I've got everything maxed out. I should do a video run of all my settlements in Fallout. Battletech, I really like the Harebrained Scheme Battletech. I've been in Battletech forever. I think Harebrained Scheme's adaptation of Battletech to PC is Chef's Kiss, one of the most amazing adaptations of a tabletop board game. Also play Battletech in the PC simulator, which is called what the heck's it called? Mech Lab. It's like Mech. It's a Java like simulation of the board game, open source. And I play Fortnite every once in a while, but mainly with my son. Play duos. I'm not good at Fortnite at all. And then every once in a while, I'll jump into some Halo here and there. Yeah, that's probably my gambit for right now. AOE2 HD Definitive Edition. Still love that.
Age of
And someone's
Empires.
working on a really cool. It's an indie game that's clearly inspired by Command and Conquer. I'm not sure if they said that. I'm not sure if it's out yet, but I need to go check that one out. And then I need to check out RimWorld. I haven't played it yet. I just got a code for it this week. I'm gonna check out RimWorld too.
Sick. Well, it's perfect because again, like you said, RimWorld 20% off with the bundle.
Yeah, I hear it's 20% off.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Gonna sweet bundle.
Is the Steam sale going on still or no?
We launched. I'm not sure about the Steam sale. I know we did the bundle thing launch yesterday because we were holding the blog until I was like literally sitting there with our community folks, and we were like waiting for the email from the RimWorld team, and they're like, okay, because there were some Steam rules they had to wait till like 10 a.m. U.S. time. And so some of our folks actually stayed up late in the UK to make sure that got launched on the 9th, because yesterday was the 9th, so we wanted it out then.
Very fair. If you have another question in the chat that you want to take control, I'm gonna let you choose, of course. Whatever.
Let's see. Tameable animals or breedable animals? I'm assuming that means more like pets. This is the way 120, 1, 2, 3, 4. Will there be tameable animals or breedable animals? I'm guessing you're talking more about dogs and cats kind of thing. You can obviously, if you haven't used your trapping skills to catch some sweet rabbits and breed them, I would recommend looking into it. As far as things like pets, cats and dogs, that may be in the future, although I've been really enjoying watching the modders making cats and dogs and them going completely insane. But expanding the animal system is something I want to look at.
You bring up cats and dogs. Are you aware of Freylith and the work they've done?
I've seen the video of the creepy German Shepherd like turning into a Zed and climbing over a fence. I've seen some of it. I'm not sure if that's theirs.
I think that was Build 41 before animals were even a thing. But Freylith is working on a dog mod, and also they made a mod called Project Meowboid, which just adds in cats to the game.
Awesome. If we do cats, they have to be like real cats, so they just hate you and whine and complain all the time. And
if you add cats, see how all the ammo is stacked up on our table? I need to come home and see all of it on the ground if there's a cat.
Oh. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
Oh my god. I wasn't expecting that. Dear God.
Oh
no! No! Serellan, why?
Oh, I gotta screenshot this.
No. I didn't expect this in the middle of our interview. I'll make sure you go out in a moment. Hold on.
Hey, chat, should Beaver murder me?
Oh, you know what? Let chat decide. Do I let you live in this room for the rest of your eternity? Is this now your tomb, perhaps? Get bit in solidarity. Oh dear. Do I get bit in solidarity? Do you want a little nibble? Like I'm fine giving you a little nibble if you want.
It's chat's call. I'm putting it in their hands.
Oh, a lot of people are saying I should get bit. Okay. Tell you what, I will allow that then. Let me just remove my clothing so that you can get a more juicy taste, I suppose.
So now I can say that Beaver took off his clothes and let me bite him. I'm going to remember that.
Okay, yeah. Oh, there you go. That was a bite right away. Wow, first attempt.
Nice.
Oh, are you calm now? Oh, no. I thought for a second you were satiated. Apparently not. No. I'm going to let you just go to town. I'm going to let this happen. And then we'll be, yeah, as everybody is saying in chat, we'll be Zomboid friends forever. So, perfect. I'll just wait for this. You're taking a while.
I know.
You are letting this drag on.
Where's your health at?
It's about to go down to 0. But I was a trooper.
There we go.
I was a trooper. Well, Wow, you're still nibbling upon me, even though I am now a zomboid.
Now you can send me a giant email about how armor sucks.
Oh my gosh. Is this our life now, or are you just gonna be eating from my leg?
I guess so.
Oh. Okay. I might be stuck under the table. That might be what's happening. I don't know. In which case, yeah, this is just so kind of a weird situation
beautiful.
to be in, but that's fine.
Okay, awkward. I
Well,
think this is a HR violation.
Well, I
Okay.
don't work for
All right.
IndieStone, so
That's true. That's true. It's okay to snack on YouTubers and streamers' legs.
that's okay. Every now and then, a little nibble is all right, within moderation.
All right, where were we? I will caveat though, pets. Obviously, we have to be We have to be considerate about some. Some people may not want that, right? Like there has to be sandbox option and thoughts about
Right.
that kind of stuff. So.
I am technically cheating with this question because it is not from a viewer. It's one of my closest friends, but he is an absolute Halo aficionado. He loves Halo, and he's going to murder me if I do not ask you this after he found out that you were working on Reach. What exactly was the overall design philosophy behind Reach, and how did you find a way to help it stick out on its own while also feeling like a proper Halo game?
Wow, that is a huge loaded question that I can't really address in a rapid fire issue, but you know the kind of overall approach was twofold. One was a more grounded Halo, while still within the Halo universe. And the example I always used internally that Halo 1 was a space Halo 1 through 3 was an epic. It was Star Wars. It was and in a military movie framework, it was the Battle of Midway. It was the big high level. You're seeing what the generals are doing. And Reach was Saving Private Ryan. It was the guys and girls on the ground, spoiler alert, sacrificing everything so that eventually Master Chief and Cortana could save the human race. So in a rapid fire, that's my rapid fire answer.
Amazing. Maybe one day we'll see like a Halo-esque VHS tape in the game, like a little.
There you go.
Perhaps a little reference.
There could be some shout outs that might show up there. We'll see.
Mr. Chief, come over here. We have to stop something. I don't know. That if you have another question, we can go as long as you would like. Again, I want to be so conscious of your time. You've already been so generous hanging out with this.
Let's hit some more. Let's do 10-15 minutes more if you're good with it.
Sounds good. If we can rapid fire them though, just to make sure as many people get their questions as possible.
All right, I'm gonna skim through here. M Tuppy. Sorry, I have to work on my ADD because I have this animated beaver on the screen that is talking a different thing from what I hear you. Okay, M Tuppy asked about first aid getting some changes. We include more in-depth illnesses such as parasites, dirty raw food, and maybe sepsis. It's funny because I actually use sepsis as an example of something that when we sit down and look at the first aid kind of revamp, both from a skill perspective and the underlying systems. That is actually one of the things that I'm really interested in exploring is more of long-term, real medical stuff, whether that be instead of just a wound can get infected and the infection causes you damage to die, that you could have different levels of infection, surface level infection, that could maybe just be a long, if you get a deep cut in your leg that gets infected, that maybe it just takes a long time to heal and you're limping for a long time and you just have to deal with that if you didn't properly care from it or you were wearing, dirty clothes or whatever. Or it could translate into into sepsis if you don't have antibiotics, and maybe there's multiple levels of antibiotics. I mean, the classic zomboid thing or post-apocalyptic TV show, I mean, it was in Jericho, it's been in Walking Dead, is my friend got sepsis, we have to go to the hospital and get the really good antibiotics. The over-the-counter, antibiotics that are in the pharmacy aren't going to do it. We need to go. There's always that, I don't know, that's always kind of a trope. But being able to build emergent systems that support that kind of thing, I would love to explore that as well. And just looking at some things like, again, dirty water that, maybe you can get a stomach virus instead of just like, it might kill you, it might not. You could have, a stomach virus that you get sick, that you have to recover from. And it's not just like, oh, I ate a burnt piece of chicken, so let's see if I die in the next 2 days.
I have died to burnt food before, and it is always a great time.
I have as well.
Quick question here from Mama Miki. What would you personally consider to be the hardest challenge in the current version of Project Zomboid? Would it be extinction? Is it maybe 100% sprinters with like some crazy mods, CDDA, something else?
Well, there's gonna. Oh, I have to stop myself from giving away anything.
Oh.
Right now in build 42.19, let me frame it like that.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, CDDA is, a strong one. Extinction kicks my butt pretty hard. For me, it's extinction.
Okay.
That one is extinction is probably at the upper limit of my skill capability as a player. I have done some some high pop runs, and I usually get slaughtered pretty fast. So yeah, sprinters just freak me out, man. They literally make me jump. That scream that they make when they're like diving through windows, oh, so creepy. I don't play it in the dark.
Sprinters and Extinction are my personal pick. Extinction, I think the hardest part of Extinction is simply the fact when you spawn in, there can be zombies literally already on like the windows of your house.
Yeah, you got to be on your game, like right out. And what's fascinating about Extinction is just that your call in that first 5 minutes can often just set the tone for everything else.
Perfect. Well, I actually just did my question. Do you have a question in chat that you're seeing that you want to?
Let's see. Armor cars and plows. This is Death Hammer Snickchi 6685. Are you going to ever add the ability to armor cars or add plows and stuff? I won't answer it specifically like that, but there is a vehicle rework in the future of Zomboid. It's not going to be in 42.20. Let me be clear on that. We actually hired, I shouldn't call it. We hired a really cool vehicle person that is doing some really cool stuff with vehicles. And I'm really excited to see where that goes. That's my, I'm in PR mode again. That's my PR mode answer to that question.
No worries. Well, we'll have to be on the lookout for that. Question from Tuck. Do you like West Point?
The
fact you had to think right away is a great start.
Honestly, no. Yes. I don't like West Point.
Thank you.
To me, it's I'll frame it this way. When I was doing, one of the things early on that I did before I got hired, when I was working consulting, was I was doing a bunch of firearms testing for the early feedback on the firearm system, and I forced myself to spawn in West Point for that whole like weeks and weeks and weeks. I was just I was spawning into West Point, giving myself guns and just shooting the hell out of tons of Zeds. And like West Point is like, it's so challenging, but like
there's no value
But-
that I feel I get out of that challenge, is my opinion. I could
Yeah,
go to
it
any other
feels-
town and get the same gear with less work.
Yeah. I feel like West Point is made for a challenge for veteran players. Like it is. I've never cleared West Point. Like I have literally cleared Muldraugh down to the Z. I've cleared obviously Rosewood. Some of those other smaller towns, Ekron. Outside of hitting Stendos and the Gigamart, I do love the way the Gigamart is placed there because you can kind of get into the Gigamart and get out, like if you're heading up to LV. So that's usually how I hit West Point. I think because every time I go into West Point, it goes incredibly badly. So badly, so quickly that I just tend to avoid it. I think I have like some kind of like block from it.
Okay.
But I love the artwork that was done by the art team. Let me be clear on that.
I will say this, West Point, in my opinion, is the best town in the game that has point in the name. So,
There you go.
There you go. That's a great answer. Great way to put it.
All right. This is actually a really good question from BAM 1776, 250th. Are the different towns actually meant to be different levels of difficulty? Yes. It's not, difficulty in Zomboid is such a challenge. When I was working on the game modes, a lot of people were like, why isn't there just easy, medium, hard? Like, why do these different game modes? Like, I've seen people say that online too. Like, why have, Cannon, Extinction, Outbreak, and Builder? And one of the reasons that I didn't want to do that is, one, what makes Zomboid hard for one person is going to be completely different from what makes it hard for a different person. Someone could be super elite at combat and just be really good at clearing Zeds, but not be able to organize or plan or think about things. And someone might be a great planner, but just might not have the dexterity to do combat. So it makes it really hard to kind of plan out that difficulty level. However, you do see, Rosewood tends to be lighter, a little bit cozier experience, but with a little less loot than, someplace like West Point. I mean, you get Stendos, you get Gigamart, you get a few different things. Muldraugh kind of in the middle. One of the things with so there's a general theme to kind of difficulty. It's not really set in stone, but in general, you're probably not going to see like the next update like, hey, let's make Rosewood 10,000 more spawns or more 10,000% more dense or something like that, because it is more of a starter town.
Understood. We kind of touched on this question a little bit earlier, but I'm gonna hit on it again really quick. It just went off my screen. God. No way, it just went off. Oh, here we are. Okay, I found it again. Sorry. This is from Free Beyond the Sea. Are there any hidden Easter eggs in the game currently that have not yet been found by the community?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Definitely. Okay. Yes. Yep. I know some specific ones. I'm not going to tell you where they are, but yes, there absolutely are.
Okay, so we'll have to get out there hunting soon. Okay. No hints? Not like even a tiny little crumb?
I'll give you a hint for one of them.
Okay.
It's in a tower. It's in a very tall tower.
Okay. Start checking every tower, guys. If you're in Louisville, go up to the top of every skyscraper. Yeah.
All right. Here, I'll grab one more. Let's see.
You do one more, I'll do one more on my end, and we'll call it there, guys.
Let's see.
And of course, Yeah. If you can't answer them, that's okay. If there's something you don't want to touch on, feel free.
I'm scrolling through them here. Hold on. So many are just comments. Let's see. Is the helicopter? Well, I picked one. It might not be the best one, but is the helicopter event Dawn Beverages evacuation flight from Chimp Turbo? Like I said, there is a mystery behind Chimp Turbo, and if I confirmed Dawn Beverages exfil, I think isn't Don Beveridge in? Isn't he the host of the radio show? I think he's actually in Arizona. So that it wouldn't be for him. It could. Well, I don't want to say anything else than that. I'll keep it a secret again.
There's lore to the helicopter team. We do not yet know what the lore is, though, so we will have to wait and see. On my end, if you can't answer this one, it's completely understandable, but it's getting posted a lot. This is from Fralith. Will there be any added tools and accessibility features for Java modding for workshop users? Because sometimes people upload a mod where they have to manually install files, and that causes a lot of headaches.
So I can't give you any specifics on it, but as part of that support update that I talked about that we're going to be working on later in the year after B42 it moves to stable is going to be additional modding support. There are team members that are specifically focused on that. And like I said, I don't have specifics, but additional modding support is in the pipeline.
Perfect. You're so generous, but there are 2 more questions. You can, like, 1-word answers is completely fine. I know I'm going to get slack if I don't ask these. Do you like mint chocolate chip ice cream?
I'm diabetic now, so I have to be incredibly careful with my ice cream intake. And it was my favorite ice cream as a kid, and I think I ate too much as a kid and don't really have a taste for it much anymore.
So not anymore, unfortunately, but you used to.
Yeah.
All right. Final question, and we're going to wrap it there. Thank you again for so much of your time and staying over. This was incredible. Will Zomboid ever expand outside of Kentucky?
That is an amazing question that I can't answer.
Okay. That's simple.
I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Maybe one day, team. Perhaps one day. Serellan, my brain's a little frazzled right now. Serellan, thank you so very much for joining us tonight. This was an incredible stream. It was amazing to get to chat with you and hear a little bit more about you and the dev team and some of the work that's coming up. I'm sure we're all very excited for Build 42.20 to go stable. Everybody to jump in and do some big multiplayer servers, some giant long-term playthroughs. It's going to be really, really exciting. And we're just so grateful for all the work that you and the rest of the team does on this great game.
Well, I appreciate you having me. This has been really fun. I literally looked up when you said we were getting close on time, and I was like, really? Sorry I got bit, and thank you to you for having me. And the biggest shout out is to the community. Without people actively playing this game and giving us feedback, this game wouldn't be what it is today. And then my personal shout out to the development team for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this project. It's an amazing honor, and I'm so excited for what's coming, and just being able to get up every day and work on this game is so cool. So thanks everybody, I really appreciate it.
Serellan, enjoy the rest of your night. So great to chat with you. And maybe one day we'll chat again soon. Who knows?
All right. Sounds like a plan. I'm going to sit here and listen to the voice of my little zomboid trapped in a room.
We'll be trapped together forever. Have a good one, Serellan. And
have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. That is it, team. Serellan is gone. It is just you and I now, team. The rest of the community. Absolutely insane stream. It was so great to chat with Serellan there. Absolutely insane. Is it already over? Guys, we went over our time. Serellan, I have to say, I mean, I said it already, but like huge shout out because he went over by about 45 minutes. We were supposed to wrap up at 10:30. And he was like, you know what? We have more questions. We'll stick around. So thank you for staying that long and chilling with us. I hope many of you learned some stuff about the game. I certainly learned a lot. All right. I think it was very interesting to hear from the design director himself, someone in that position who has kind of a bird's eye view over what's coming. And it sounds like big surprises in store for the stable version of the game. All right. So if you guys are on YouTube Shorts, I'm going to end the stream for you guys right now, but we will be live on Twitch for a little bit longer. If you would like to come over, you are more than welcome. Of course, Big Bad Beaver on Twitch if you want to hop over. Up to you, of course. But if not, guys, I might be doing a weekend stream. I might not. If not, I'll be live on Monday. We're 100% doing RimWorld on Monday, by the way. It's locked in. It's guaranteed. You can count on it. That's the Beaver guarantee. I also now realize we basically never used the bomb button today on this stream. This was a stream where the bomb button was pretty much, I think this was the most valid stream to use the bomb button, but that's okay. Have a good one, guys. Go check the towers as well. Apparently there's an Easter egg in a tower. I don't know which tower. I can't even think of a tower that like immediately pops out to me because there's just so many different buildings. But have a good one, YouTube Shorts. I'll see all of you later. And just like that, YouTube Shorts is gone now, team. It is just you and I. Can we get an awoo? Awoo. Awoo. Serellan is him. Would it be obvious if we saw it? Okay, I guess not. But, like, also, how many towers are there in the game? That's what I can't think of. But apparently there's a ton of Easter eggs that we haven't found. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to all of the questions. Again, we were over by 45 minutes, so I didn't want to do any of the long ones that we had from yesterday. I kind of wanted to hit on quick things. I'm so fucking vindicated that he hates West Point as well. Or maybe not hates, but doesn't like it. I think, like, that is, like, the biggest bullet in my arsenal, by the way. That is, like, the biggest piece of ammo I have ever for this stream. So, yeah, that's going to be getting stockpiled for certain. 100%. Let me make sure the stream actually ends on YouTube, by the way. I didn't end the stream. Crazy stream on YouTube, by the way. Damn. Nearly 300 viewers on YouTube, which is very, very high for YouTube. Unreal. Before we wrap up tonight's stream, I do want to keep chatting with you all for a little bit, but of course I did say I would shout out all of the alerts that popped up while we were playing, because obviously I cannot shout them out while we're streaming and chatting with Serellan. So shout out to Judy for the Prime, first time subscriber. Noah Sleeping with the tier 1 for 20 whole months. Thank you Anonymous for the gifted sub out to the community. Thank you DLOL92 for the Prime Gaming sub, first time subscriber. Shardy Poo Poo Pants with a tier 1 for 19 whole months. A whole lot of new followers. Thank you guys for all the follows. Conqueror with a tier 1 for 7 whole months. Thank you for that. Justin with a tier 1 gifted sub out to the community. Zombie Boy with a resub as well on tier 1. Captain Blackbeard with 5 gifted subs. Anonymous with a singular gifted sub. Silverfang with a tier 1. And I think all of the other ones... Oh, never mind. I've actually completely... There are more that I missed. Insane. Lang with a gifted sub. Thank you. Clam with a tier 1 resub as well for 17 whole months. Bizbach with a prime sub. Led with a gifted sub. Dr. Bozo with a gifted sub. Kimar with a resub at tier 1 as well for 33 whole months. Recuff with a prime first time subscriber. That Ghost with a tier 1. David Plays with 10 gifted subs. I think that's where we catch up. Thank you guys for all of the support tonight. Absolutely absurd stream. Definitely bomb worthy. I missed some of his answers. Guys, if you missed some of the answers, I will certainly be uploading the VOD soon. And I will also be editing this down into like a condensed video. It's probably going to be a little bit longer than I was expecting. I was going to try and make the video like 30 minutes at most. Probably going to be longer than that. It's probably going to be close to an hour, if not longer. But that's going to be my weekend team. We'll see. You guys did so good. You should feel proud. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to chat with him. Because, again, that was really, 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 just really interesting. I think to get to hear some of the stuff that's coming is exciting. And it sounds like they're going to be reworking a lot of the game, guys. Obviously, it's going to be in batches, but it sounds like over the next couple of years, we're going to be seeing like major updates on various things, you know? So I think it's an exciting time for the Zomboid world. I'm curious what some of the other collaborations they're planning are. That sounded very fun, that they're planning to do more like Terraria stuff potentially. We'll see. And of course, again, whatever the surprise is for Build 42.20, that should be very exciting, team. That should be very exciting. I did promise we would flip the frog at the end. Mendo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you, everybody, for swapping over from the YT shorts if you're new from YT. I saw someone a moment ago saying they watch the shorts a lot, and they just recently started watching the streams. I appreciate that a ton. I didn't get a chance to see your name. It's so nice that they listen to the community. What a difference, too, because I feel like the community... I'm not going to say they were getting ignored, but I do feel like we weren't getting a lot of communication for a while. There were a lot of periods that went on where it was just like, not radio silence, but like close to radio silence. Like not really a whole lot going on. It was you, Hattrick. Hello there, Hattrick. When is the end of the server? What is the event? Dust, that's a question that simply I can't answer at this time. I can't answer that right now. But maybe soon. All right, come back on Monday. Or if I stream over the weekend, we'll see. If I stream over the weekend, I don't know what it would be. It might be Zomboid. It might be other games. Who knows? I'll let you guys know if that even happens, of course. I think it was crazy that Serellan ate me today. He was really going to town on my legs. I don't know what was going on there. His Zomboid simply famished, it seems. Could not get enough of the legs, but that's fine. Guys, we got to wrap it up. I mean, this was an insane stream. Again, we got to do it. All right. I'm going to go ahead. We're going to get a prediction going. And we're going to begin doing some gaming. Red Naru, by the way, it's so good to see you. Teasing wheelchair gameplay. Maybe that was an Easter egg behind the scenes. Who knows? You can have a trait. It's worth like 50 points. You spawn with no legs. Your body was just gone in the end. No, I think I was hiding in the corner and my camera wasn't going to do it. Are you going to look for the tower? If I had the time to do that, I certainly would go look for the tower. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to go do that. Instead, this weekend, I'm going to be working on editing this VOD, guys. So let me get the prediction going. And if you've never flipped the frog, you're about to. All right. If you don't know exactly how Flip the Frog works, you will be taught the ways in just a moment. But of course, first, I have to put on some amazing Flip the Frog music. We can't flip the frog without Flip the Frog music. What would be the point in flipping the frog without Flip the Frog music? So let's get ready. Let's get those fryers ready, team. Let's get all of it ready. All right, we're set. Time to gamble right now, team. If you don't know how it works, I'll explain it. Wow. Oh. That did not move the way I thought it was going. This is Ham the Flat Frog. He is a frog. He is flat. And by God, does he love to flip, guys. So we are going to be flipping the frog, and it is your job to decide, will he land on his head or his bellies? It is like a coin flip. You can think of it like that. Only a frog instead of a coin. So heads or bellies, you decide. We do one practice round, and then we do the real deal, okay? Best of luck to all of you. Time to gamble, but this is the practice run. This does not count, okay? One. A definitive bellies voter. The music is too loud. That's meant to be. It's meant to be loud, team. You're flipping the frog right now. You don't need to hear me, okay? My voice is irrelevant. All you need to know is the frog is being flipped. I'm so fucked, says Hunter. Okay, well, don't... Now you're scaring me a little bit. Now you're scaring me, quite frankly. I don't love that. Prediction's about to end, though, guys. Time is up. Let's take a look at the gamble really quick. Here's the gamba. 75,000 on heads. 72,000 on bellies. Best of luck. I thought that was it. No, that was the practice round, team. That was for practice. This is the real deal. So if it's bellies again, belly voters win. Let's see what happens. Head voters win. Congratulations to the head voters. You guys come out on top. And you win the gamble, okay? You've done it. Congratulations to the head voters. Bro is jacked. Oh, the strongest 6'7" person you've ever met, team. Unreal. I take back everything I said. Hunter, this is why you never give up, okay? And Hina Senpai, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you should have voted on heads. The practice round. See, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes you flip the frog, and other times the frog flips you. You got to be careful, all right? I will never financially recover from this. Yibbibi losing 10 shards. I don't know how you're going to come back from that one, quite frankly. A little bit spooky, team. But either way, guys, that is going to do it for tonight's stream. Huge shout out. If you're in the chat right now, please show some love to Serellan. I don't think he's here anymore, but of course, just a round of applause, especially for sticking with us a little bit later than we expected. What an amazing person to agree to stick 40 minutes longer in the interview than we originally agreed to. I mean, yeah, dude is 100% a legend. That was insane. And I think I'm actually curious, really quick, before we end the stream, how do you guys feel? Do you guys love some of the responses you heard? Are you excited for the future of the game? Are you like... Because I think a lot of the answers we heard were very positive. I think a lot of it was pretty positive. And it just shows that we have a good future for the game. Might take a little bit long to get there. Build 43 might be a little further out than we may think. Maybe they want to stay with Build 42 for a little bit longer. It sounds like they're going to be doing, like they mentioned, like a midpoint update. I don't know exactly what that looks like. But crazy. All right. Crazy time. So, round of applause, team. I'm going to dip out of here. Of course, if you guys are new to the stream, hit the follow button. If you are really enjoying, consider subscribing. Go follow me across all my socials. Join the Discord community, of course. Check out the VODs channel as well. And the schedule. I might stream over the weekend. I don't know, though. We might stream over the weekend. If not, I'll be live on Monday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are, of course, always Zomboids. The badge, though, what about the badge? Guys, you have all the way up until the 26th of July to get the badge. So the time stacks. You don't have to be sitting here watching for 6 hours straight. It can be throughout the whole week coming up. So that's why I'm saying, like, if you guys are not able to tune in, you're chilling. It's total watch time over the next week. I'll update the command to make that more clear. But of course, if you guys didn't hear, Excellent Badge, guys, we're celebrating 50,000 followers with a crazy sub badge. If you guys choose to sub tier 1, 2, or 3, or gift out a sub, you get a crazy fancy beaver badge. Some of you guys in the chat right now repping it. I love to see it. And of course, if you can't sub or you don't want to sub, understandable. You can still get memorable little badge just by watching the stream for 6 hours between now and July 26th, okay? So thank you, team. Thank you for all your support. I don't think I would have been able to chat with Serellan today without the support of you guys, okay? Helping me reach this point in my career, doing stuff like this. I really hope perhaps in the future we are able to chat more with him, maybe closer to Build 43, or maybe around the Build 42 midpoint update. So we'll see. But that's going to do it for me, guys. I'm dipping out. All right. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Salutes. Here comes the Brofist.